across the board.
Let's bring down.
Hey guys.
Getting fucked.
Get up and.
Why did I?
Which is how I sussed it out. Or you can know the specific. I guess some people know the guy specifically and know that this story is likely not true. Let's see. Here we go.
It's not fair. Or do you think it's changed over the years?
I think what's always fundamentally, not like there are marginal issues and there are fundamental issues, and I'm not denying that innocent Palestinians suffered as a result of all this. And I think, you could play a suffering Olympics all day long and keep going back and keep playing this game all day over who, atrocities that have been committed across the board throughout history. That's not unique to the foundations and formings of any state. But I think that as far as what's fundamental here.
Okay. So neither, but his response is still okay. You can find a lot of tragic stories through history. They don't really justify anything for the modern day. But
is not that there's this thirst and desire to create a Palestinian state, but rather to.
Did you hear the news about Stefi Cohen? You didn't give me a link, but I know she's being arrested with some other charges. Apparently her and her boyfriend stole something, like stole a bunch of shit from a gym. Alexander Bromley talked about some of it. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
A Miami powerlifter and fitness influencer is out of jail. She's accused of hacking her ex-boyfriend's iCloud and leaking naked photos of another woman.
This juicy gossip is brought to you by Base Strength AI. You can find out more information at basestrength.com. Powerlifting's favorite sweetheart and Courtney Cox lookalike, Stefi Cohen, apparently got into some shenanigans that got her arrested. And as far as I can tell, this just looks like another Tuesday afternoon in Florida.
Sexual, cyber harassment, criminal mischief, resisting an officer without violence.
According to Miami-Dade police, Margarici hacked into her ex-boyfriend's iCloud by guessing his password by trying different combinations and found nude photos of another woman who we are not naming or showing, then shared the photos in group chats. Sources close to Stefi say the other woman used to be her best friend. According to court records, that friend accused Margarici of stalking.
Did you hear about a new documentary coming out about the veteran porn star Ryan Jeremy, where he sexually abuses women on set?
No. I think I heard something about that for a while, that he's hasn't he been actually charged with a sex offense? But I've heard stuff about that a while, that the guy's a sex offender. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. I'll definitely watch that documentary.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, skip to 4:30, check out Trump crybabies try to say liberals are the snowflakes lol.
4:30. Alright, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I meant Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, I know who you meant. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Trump won the election and we claimed it was stolen, despite facts in our face.
It says Trump 2020, make liberals cry again. But Trump's the one who's not in office. So the liberals were happy about the 2020 election. So if there is a group that's crying about it, it would be conservatives.
He was first elected, and we were trying to, in 2020, we were trying to make that happen again, make them cry again.
But then he lost.
He lost, right, and now they're doing everything they can possible to stop him from even running in 24.
But if you had to say who's been crying about the 2020 election, who would it be?
They would absolutely 100%.
Oh, the cope. That's fucking good, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Mike Bond joined now.
That's hilarious.
last August. 4 months later, that friend and Margarici's ex went to police about the alleged leaked photos. August 12th of this year, a civil court closed the stalking case, finding no just cause. 4 days later, Miami-Dade police say her ex and that former friend went back to police with more information about the alleged new photo leak. Investigators saw enough to arrest Margarici.
According to the report, Cohen wrote in a group chat she sent the photo with the intent to cause emotional distress to the victim. Police arresting the boxer on Tuesday when Cohen is said to have not complied and walked away from officers. While attempting to arrest her, she physically restrained, say police. At one point using her right leg to hook an officer in an attempt to sweep him off his feet. Then, after being placed in a squad car, she attempted to use her toes to pull open the latch, ultimately breaking the lock.
Now, there's people taking the very charitable approach. They're claiming that she just guessed the password. It wasn't some elaborate Trinity from the Matrix type computer hack, and that she posted it to a group chat, which I guess is different than just like posting it to the internet at large. Still a pretty shitty thing to do if it's true, and it should be a punishable offense.
Gears of War E-Day looks really sick. I'm definitely gonna get it.
And the resisting arrest was also described as non-violent. Although resisting arrest is something that sane, normal people understand isn't an option you have. So there is like an extremely charitable interpretation that her fans are going to run with, and probably her lawyers. So of course they came out with their boilerplate PR release to get ahead of all this.
No comments, Stefi? While quiet in front of cameras, Margarici's Instagram account responded to the allegation saying, quote, anyone can be falsely accused of a crime and arrested. These are only allegations from a vengeful ex-boyfriend. Simply allegations, and we will fight it all the way. Stay tuned.
The myth that people in the United States just...
It's a very sad day for gun rights activism.
Supreme Court upholds ban on domestic abusers owning gun. The ruling in the United States was an 8-1 decision. Supreme Court has upheld a federal ban on domestic abusers owning guns. I don't think that's a bad thing. Centers around a federal law that prohibits someone under a domestic violence restraining order from possessing a gun. The man at the center of the case was involved in 5 shootings over 2 months, while also the subject of domestic violence restraining order. In an 8-1 decision, the Supreme Court ruled that when an individual is being found by a court to pose a credible threat to the physical safety of another, that individual may be temporarily disarmed. Consistent with the Second Amendment, the decision was backed by the court's 3 Democratic-appointed justices and 5 of 6 justices appointed by Republicans. Only conservative Justice Clarence Thomas dissented. Well, yeah, of course. Clarence Thomas is a fucking insane whack job. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
Did you ban that stupid lying bitch whore Christie yet? Man, she sucks. I hope she shits her pants today. Little bitch.
Yeah, we banned her a while ago. It's been like, what, at least a month? Thanks for the donation though, asshole guy.
Stumble and fall face first into felony charges. If only there was data on this. A study done on state court arrests and convictions of 75 largest counties, about 3 in 4 defendants had been arrested at least once prior to the arrest on the current felony charge. About 3 in 5 defendants had at least 1 prior conviction. Now, I have no idea about Stefi's guilt. This is what we have trials for. And with people I love and think are innocent, people I hate and think are probably guilty, this content this way, so much to the point where they weren't really surprised about any of this. Now, from all the comments under Stefi's page, apparently this guy Goob, who I was unaware of, I had to Google him, he was responsible for breaking this story. And you guys can head over to his page and watch his take on it, but the comments are really what is interesting here. For instance, you have,
hey VG, what's up? I was gonna ask you, how profitable is dog walking as a business idea or even as a job?
I've known 2 people personally who are making a really good living dog walking. Depending on how much time you have to invest in that sort of occupation, depending on the area you live in, you may or may not make a lot of money doing it. Just entirely depends. So you can make really good money doing it, and you can make, you know, like a good living, so, you know, well over 50K a year type shit. Some people just do it as a side hustle. So it really just depends. You may or may not be able to make good money doing it. Thanks for the donation, DZ.
I'm not defending her actions on hacking and posting nude photos because that's too much, but the girl was her best friend and she slept with her fiance. Then the fiance completely snaked their business right out from under her. I personally wouldn't give that much energy to someone after they treated me like that, but I'm kind of surprised it took her this long. So this is what I'm talking about. People pretending as if they have an inside scoop to where they can adjust the dial of morality and judgment to the exact precise point based on their interpretation. The girl, is anyone surprised she's been on a major downhill slide of talking out of both sides of her mouth? This is...
You should reach out to this person to debate. Lost respect for this guy that I unsubscribed to him. What a shame. This video is almost a week old.
This guy? The Humanist Report?
You don't believe Israel's being held to account?
Yeah.
The Biden administration halted weapons shipments to the Middle
Oh my God.
What do you make of that?
God. Oh my God.
Okay, I can't stand Bassem Youssef, dude.
Right-wingers about America first to then see politicians like Trump attack Biden for supposedly not prioritizing Israel's needs enough, not doing enough for Israel. It's just so rich to me. Now, it's especially rich considering how Biden is literally jeopardizing his own re-election chances, all to appease a foreign government that's hoping for a Trump victory in November. But Bassem goes on to explain why this is the case. And of course, as we all know, it comes down to our campaign finance system, lobbying groups.
Oh, the amount of money AIPAC donates is minuscule. So if you look at the lobbying power of a company like Apple, it's massive. Domestic United States corporations have way more fucking lobbying power than any foreign government. You can look at the political donations to single candidates. I think AIPAC only gave like $5 million to Biden last year. Like these are teeny tiny minuscule fucking amounts. Their lobbying power is virtually fucking zero. The reason the US has an interest in defending Israel is because they're a long-term fucking ally. They're of strategic importance when it comes to geopolitics in the Middle East. Particularly when it comes to fighting nations like Iran. A lot of business and trade also comes from Israel. They're a huge, they're a huge technology juggernaut. Like this stupid fucking idea that, oh, well, Israel gave money to US politicians, so, they'll do whatever they want. It's just fucking dumb. There's pretty much no way I'm gonna be able to set up a debate with this guy. Does he even have an email? I can try, but he's not gonna respond. Let me see. Israel, Palestine debate. I run the YouTube channel Vegan Gains, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in having a live debate on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Seeing some of your content, and you're promoting the idea of foreign interference when it comes to supporting Israel. We could get a debate. Israel, tell me if you're whatever. Who cares? He's not gonna respond, dude.
BTW, I was being ironic in MG last Dono lol. I'm glad that the innate red flag laws being put in place with universal background checks are being upheld by SCOTUS. Fuck domestic violence perpetrators and never give them access to guns and other deadly weapons.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they're at a massively high risk of committing murder, so yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Sengoku donated $2, let me see. Okay, that's Stefi Cohen's page. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
My master, how has your prostate been treating you this past month? Good, I hope. Daddy.
Yeah, my prostate is doing just fine. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Is who she has been the entire time. Not surprising, really. Then on the other hand, this is so disappointing. She's intelligent and successful. Images of leg sweeps from video. Any fucking field day with this shit. Act like a high schooler. Now, I do take a special...
Let's see. Fuck. Has he made any updates on Stefi Cohen?
Stefi Cohen has been arrested yet again. Welcome to the show. As if she couldn't lay low enough after sexually cyber harassing her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend, she's now been arrested for grand theft. So what did Stephanie steal and how did it amount to grand theft? Well, those details haven't been released yet, but I have a feeling it has something to do with when her and her boyfriend broke into the high performance gym and made all the equipment disappear, and then it popped back up on Facebook Marketplace recently. Yeah, I think it probably has something to do with that. Breaking news.
Well, she's an insane, crazy bitch.
Alright guys, we got an update to the Stefi Cohen situation. Let's talk about it. So as I posted earlier, Stephanie has recently been in the news for sexual cyber harassment, criminal mischief. Now until today, all Stefi had said on the matter was this post on her story talking about a press conference that she was holding to talk about what happened. As far as I'm aware, the press conference didn't happen, but today, Steph blessed us with this post on her page. It's this picture, and it says, text T to this phone number. The hashtags are battered women, abuse, assault, etc. And as if Steph couldn't get any worse, if you text T to that phone number, it adds you to a list that she's using to market the things she's selling. So just to make things clear, she is currently trying to use the coverage of her cyber sexually harassing somebody as a promo model for her business. Great look, Steph. It actually gets worse. I found this motion that was filed on Steph's behalf from her attorney. In this motion, Steph accuses her ex-boyfriend of assaulting her. She attaches these gruesome photos in the motion as proof of the assault. There's a problem with these pictures. This photo was taken July 9th. Steph's a professional boxer. On July 8th, the day before the photo was taken, she lost a bout to Devani Torres. You sent these to the courts as proof of abuse, but all it's proof of is that you lost a boxing match. That's disgusting. Alright.
Yeah, dude, she is unhinged and insane.
Man, some women these days are just scum. It's sad.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What's funny is, people have been asking Stefi Cohen to make an OnlyFans forever. And then she keeps saying, like, oh, I don't want it to ruin my reputation. I run a business, and I don't want it to make my business look bad. And then she fucking tries to hack her boyfriend's computer fucking leaks nude photos of his current girlfriend online, commits grand theft, steals a bunch of fucking equipment from a commercial gym. Like it's fucking stupid. So she pretty much ruined her fucking reputation all on her own without making OnlyFans. You want to bet she's going to make an OnlyFans now? Because it looks like her life is just going downhill, and OnlyFans is really going to be the only way for her to make, good money anymore.
Have you been keeping up with The Boys Season 4? Daddy? Do you think anyone in chat will let me milk their prostate for a good solid hour? My master?
Have not kept up with The Boys Season 4. Haven't watched it yet. I am gonna watch it when all the episodes release.
What happened to the time when women were loving and caring and not so hateful?
I don't know, Dodo. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, dude. And I don't know if anybody in chat would let you milk their prostate for an hour, but thanks for the donation, Riley.
It's the GOAT, Aaron Brown. And on this video, I will be talking about how to dope and get away with it as a professional track and field athlete. Now, I'm not here to condone or be against doping. I'm just simply here to tell you how it's done in professional track and field, how it's covered up by athletic federations like USATF and the International Olympic Committee, how they pick and choose, and just the history of people who have been doping in track who y'all praised and worshiped, and how more than likely your favorite track runner is doping. But track fans are just so naive, and they just believe whatever is fed to them in track media, which is stupid as fuck. They have no brain of their own. They're bird brains, and more than likely you watching this because you're an outlier and you're a self-thinker, independent thinker, and things of that nature. So let's just jump straight into it. We all know doping is pretty big in the sport and track and field, and all the top athletes are doing it. The people who you see winning medals at championships, they're all doping, whether you want to hear that or not. And some of these people seem so humble, they seem so graceful. Some are even cocky and arrogant, but they're doping. And you could just go way back in the history of track and field, like from the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, even the 2020s.
Fat, juicy, succulent cock donated $2. Check out this greedy cocksucker.
What is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's $32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
What is it you get paid to do exactly?
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the FAA. This is all in your tenure. This doesn't sound like a lot of transparency to me.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad Boeing is under severe scrutiny right now because it's fucked. They've been doing a lot of shady shit for a long fucking time. They have greedy ass fucking criminal CEOs. Thanks for that donation though, fat juicy succulent cock.
This is why you can't believe all women. They know that they'll get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to any sort of physical/abusive situation, so they'll use that to their advantage.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they absolutely will. Thanks for the donation, Kid Do.
This Beyond Burger looks delicious. It's topped with pineapple. Your favorite fruit, lol.
I'm not a fan of pineapple. Yeah, as long as that didn't have pineapple, it would be pretty good. Replace the pineapple with tomato and it would be alright. Thanks for that, Nation Granite.
You had great athletes like 9-time gold medalist Carl Lewis. Carl Lewis, his whole career and even after his career.
Carl Lewis is a fucking creepy jackass.
In his retirement and him coaching, he's been a big advocate against drugs and track and field. He spoke against it many times. Talked about how bad drugs were in track and how it's a bad thing and how they should get rid of people in track and how even people who do drugs in track deserve lifetime bans. And in the height of his career, Carl Lewis was literally the biggest person in track and field. And track and field was a super big sport back then. Like in 1984, Carl Lewis was huge. He also got drafted to the Dallas Cowboys to the Chicago Bulls in 1984. But he turned down a spot in the NBA and the NFL because as a track athlete, he was getting paid way more than the NBA players and the NFL players. And that's just how lucrative track was back then. But yeah, with Carl being the face of the sport, similar to what they're trying to force Noah Lyles to be right now, with Carl, they didn't really have to force it. He was just like a natural star. He had the qualities. And he was super against drugs. But it's the irony.
We have to put our foot down against the Eastern Bloc countries. And
Again, what happened to the times when women were loving and caring and on top of that better in action movies as badass than modern movies?
I don't know, Dodo. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shout out to Erin Brown. I'm glad you're enjoying his content. Also, big news, 16-year-old Quincy Wilson breaks the 400 meters high school record in a time of 44.66.
I'm sick of arguing for Quincy, bro. Like, I will show y'all the messages from the group chats I'm in to my Discord. But y'all can join my Discord by clicking the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok. But I've been arguing with people all night about Quincy Wilson, bro. They were saying he might not make it out his heat because his heat tough, this, that. I said, bro, this kid has been running 45-1 against high schoolers. He ain't had no fucking competition. He ain't had no competition. And then not even that, he ran last week at New Balance. And after he ran, he did an interview and said, if I finish strong like I know I can, I would have ran 44 low. And just think about it. Sit back and think. Quincy Wilson done did a lot of interviews and he ain't told a single lie in the interview. So I was telling people last night, like, one of my boys was in his heat that runs in college. He was like, I'm not getting beat by a high schooler. I said, ain't gonna lie, this man just said he can run 44 low and he ain't lied yet. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be something. He's like, I ain't getting beat by no high school. And let me just tell you, bro just got rolled. He just got rolled by this kid. But this is the kid we've been vouching for.
Buck Fittin donators, are you right or left-handed? I'm right-handed.
Have him getting, what, 5th place in the final? And the reason I have him getting 5th place in the final is because I'm not sure how long he can sustain this, like running through the rounds, like especially running the big PRs like this. I think the next round he's gonna be fighting to get in the.
Random videos to watch, donate $2. Let me see.
Are you doing what I think you're doing?
Making Hello Kitty cereal.
Who's your mate? Is it good at least?
Fucking back.
Here's why. Here's why.
Here's what. Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Get the fuck off of me! Get the fuck off of me!
I'm not
you little
touching
bitch!
you. I'm not touching
Fucking
you.
bitch! All of you get in the fucking tubs. Get in the tubs, every one of you. So hey, what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now?
Sir,
every
sir.
one of you get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Shut up with all. There is no respect. Get in the tubs. You are going home. Oh, no, you're not. Sit down. You're not going to the fucking water. They're all going to the water. They're all going to the water. You're fucking done. You're fucking done.
This is going to be the last I talk about this for a while, just because I'm getting sick of it. What is it all you alphas say? Men nowadays are so emotional. They're just not tough anymore. There is no leadership, no team development, no lessons being taught here. You have these men who paid you a stupid amount of money, and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, standing up for themselves. And you are throwing a fucking bitch fit. Like, you're the reason for the word bitch fit. The whole thing is so embarrassing. Please tell me, is this masculinity?
Stupid.
I don't even understand the context for this. Like, what are they even fucking doing? Yeah, that alpha male class is gay as shit.
That black dude talks funny, is that Ebonics? Yo y'all dis nigga be wildin' out nom sayin'? Damn son I be axin' you mad shit you fillin' me? No wonder he can't get a normal job, he sounds like a crack dealer who steals catalytic converters for a fix.
Alright, well thanks for that. Get Brown out of town. Appreciate the donation.
It doesn't mean I can't have fun, especially since I got this burkini from Modesty Master. This burkini genuinely covers you and dries extremely quickly, and they've got a million different sizes. And because of this burkini, I'm swimming all the time. Just because.
Well, have fun with that. That's Islam for you. Kid Boo donated $2.
Obsession with wanting to be the girl who is okay with low effort dates like coffee, getting drinks, going on walks, that isn't going to get you really far. A girl who is okay with these low effort dates isn't going to make him like you more. Most likely going to cause him to keep giving you low effort because you have not required him to really do much to have access to you. He's not going to think, oh, she's so cool, she's so laid back and chill, she doesn't even, need me to spend money on her, she just wants to get to know me, she just cares about my personality. No, he's not going to think that. He is going to think, I don't really have to do much to be around her. I don't really have to do much to impress her. I don't really have to do much to get to know her. Why would he try later on to impress you or to invest in you or to do anything for you? Stop discounting your time. Stop giving your time away for free. If he wants to get to know you, have him invest in you. Have him take you out on a proper dinner date. Stop with these low effort dates that
This chick is mid as fuck. If I were to see her in public, I wouldn't even notice her. And then she's like, men have to invest in me. Oh, you're gonna just go out on some, like, cheap-ass fucking date at the park. Who in their right mind is going to spend any kind of money on this chick when they're just meeting her? It's just idiotic. So you're just making sure you're only going to date desperate fucking loser dudes who either have too much disposable income or they don't have that disposable income, but they're so fucking insanely desperate for pussy, they're willing to spend that money at great cost to themselves. And then these are the dudes that you're not even fucking interested in. So you're like, these women are just guaranteeing that they're gonna be fucking lonely, and then they're just gonna be on fucking Instagram for the rest of their lives complaining, where are all the good men at? I don't get it. Like, there's only these fucking low effort simps who won't even pay me anything. Or like there's just I just didn't feel a romantic connection to any of these guys. Like, they're just not masculine enough. It's like, okay, yeah, do that.
final, but he's gonna like comfortably get in the final. But I think the final is gonna be tough on him. Because like, there's like a lot of veterans and they're jogging through these rounds and he really don't know better yet. He's just out there having fun, just seeing what he can do. And that's why I said that's super dangerous, especially him being that age, because with him out there, he not knowing what he's capable of doing really, because he haven't really raced nobody ever in his life. He's about to do something crazy. And I was telling my boys last night, I said, ain't gonna lie, in the final, if y'all see, so I can't post it, but it's a voice message. I was saying some crazy stuff though. I was like, if y'all see Quincy coming down the straightaway with Michael Norman in the final, just know I told you so. Because that man said he can run 44 low. So with him thinking he can run 44 low, he probably can go 43. He just don't know it yet because he ain't raced nobody. But him thinking he can even go that fast against high schoolers tells me everything I need to know. He's ready. And then also somebody was asking who has a better chance making a team, Quincy Wilson or the high school of Christian Miller. I said, bro, it's even. Like, don't pay. And like somebody told me Quincy is ranked number 13, blah, blah, blah. I tell you all the time, that's why they run the races. Don't pay attention to rankings because some people don't run good when the pressure's on. A lot of people in college, they already burnt out. And even if you see my predictions video I made yesterday about the 400, I said like he's going to beat the majority of those college kids, if not all of them, because they all going to be burnt out from the NCAAs. And he just went out there and rolled all of them. So I think Quincy's going to do big things. I think in the final he is going to get 5th place. But like I said, too, I wouldn't be surprised if he won the whole thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he get 3rd place. I wouldn't.
Well, Mage Night Teller's nasty carnivore cringe.
Stupid this is. They market this for pets. Raw kefir is one of the best foods that human beings can have.
Yeah, the reason they market it for pets is because if humans consume it, they can get bovine tuberculosis. So go ahead, roll the dice.
It's stupid that it's illegal in some states, so they have to market it as for pets, but I'm an animal.
You're an animal. You want to bet this guy can't even bench 315?
Doom shot.
I'm not particularly impressed. See if he has any fucking bench videos. Like, bro,
This channel Mr. 100k a day is pretty funny too. Here's him shit-talking Carl Lewis.
Alright, I'll take a look at that next. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. Like, this guy's built like a swimmer. Just trying to see if I can find any fucking footage of this guy benching.
Overall, by exercising, here is the #1 thing that I see most people neglecting, and that is what they do outside of.
Yeah, so he doesn't post any lifting footage because he's not strong. Like, again, you can see guys like Sean Baker, when they have good lifts, they'll post those lifts. So Sean has a decent bench, he has a decent overhead press, he's really good at deadlifting. You'll see him post footage of that. People like this who are like, oh, I'm fucking alpha male fucking carnivore, you won't see any of their fucking lifting footage because they can't lift shit. But yeah, he's a fucking alpha male carnivore. That's why, like, every vegan fitness influencer is fucking more jacked and stronger than these fucking dipshits.
Round steak, and we're making Oreos. Send this to your friend who's addicted to Oreos, show him how it's done. And these Oreos, they can have as much as they want. Oreos are one of the worst fake foods out there. It's all low-grade filler ingredients and artificial flavors mixed together. Optimized for shelf life and addiction. Zero real nutrition. But what if you could make them nutrient-rich and taste 1,000 times better? The cookie part is beef flour, date syrup, butter and egg, and the cream is from beef tallow, raw honey, vanilla and goat milk powder. That's it. Real food, top-class ingredients, and after you taste these, you will never crave any other cookie. Full recipes in the captions.
That is not an Oreo, and that is fucking disgusting. I don't even understand how this is better for you than a fucking Oreo. Like, this dude's adding tons of sugar to the shit, like honey and crap. And then, it's loaded with fucking saturated fat. I don't even understand how this is even any better for you. Is that guy eating an egg with the shell? Well, that's gross. Oh yeah, here's photos of this guy before he started blasting steroids like fucking crazy. So he was probably on gear here, just not as much, and he started just absolutely fucking blasting. Like, again, we know he was on 15 grams of gear per month. This dude is just a fucking fraud. Thanks for that donation, though, Wilmage.
It's just known that having a bigger upper back, bigger biceps, bigger rear delts, traps, front delts, all of that contributes to a bigger bench press. It's going to support greater performance down the road. However, benching and benching alone doesn't necessarily give you all of those things. And that's one of the reasons why so many big benchers in the past have been bodybuilders or have been people who have done a lot of bro style stuff. Eric Spotto was a great example. He was a bench only gym rat who just loved doing a shit ton of work for his upper body. He ended up coming out of nowhere and setting the bench press record. So it's just a testament to the fact that having a bigger, more well-rounded, more muscular upper body, very important for bench pressing. It's
be surprised if he get last place in the final, but even if he get last place in the final, he still makes the relay pool. And it's just crazy. Like, I knew he's like a driven kid. Like, I met the kid. Like, he's a driven kid, determined kid. And when he say his mind on the goal, he go out there and get it. Like, I done seen this kid split 44 low on relays. I done seen this kid like do what he needs to do against whoever.
Having trouble downloading Streamlabs desktop on my MacBook Air for live streaming. There's a Windows version and a Mac version. Make sure you download the Mac version. Also, I have no fucking idea why you're using a Mac. Fucking Apple products are stupid. But there's a Mac version you need to download.
Wherever, like, he always step up to the plate. So it's going to be very interesting to see how much he can do, how far he can take it. And I think he ready to slide, bro. Like, he been posting like he ready to shock the world. Let me just tell you, world is shook.
Please, Elm Vegan, donate $2. Can you watch this and a couple of her other videos and call out her bullshit?
Do you fall for these major health scams? Red meat's bad for you and cause heart disease?
Is this kid, like, is this person like 12, or does she have some sort of weird genetic disorder where she, like, didn't go through puberty?
Wrong. Red meat is packed full of essential nutrients.
So, I don't know why people say this. Well, I know why. They're just fucking lying, dishonest tards. The claim red meat is bad for you is not a contradiction with also recognizing that red meat has essential nutrients.
Well rested today? Frank, give us anything new?
Let me see. Frank Tufano. Yeah, I am well rested. I got good sleep. No new vids from Frank, unfortunately. Thanks for that donation, though, James. So, yeah, just because red meat has essential nutrients, that doesn't mean it's not also bad for you. You can look at prospective cohort data People who eat more red meat have higher incidence of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and they don't live as long. It's also associated with obesity as well. So, okay, great. Eat all the nutrients you want. It won't protect you from chronic disease.
Just don't get it loaded with seed oils and sugar.
Seed oils are good for you. People who eat more seed oils, again, have lower incidence of disease and live longer.
Kale is a superfood? Wrong. When comparing the nutrients in kale versus meat, kale fails in comparison.
Yeah, so, compare the nutrients in kale versus red meat. Kale has more antioxidant content, more phytonutrients, more fiber. People who eat more green vegetables like kale live longer, have lower incidence of cancer, diabetes, all this shit. But, oh, meat has more protein in it. Oh, it has more iron. Great, eat that shit, fucking die young.
Pork's bad for you? Wrong. You just have to get a good source and make sure there's no added seed oils or sugar. Pork is a great source of potassium and K2.
Pork is a good source of potassium and K2. Where the fuck did this idiot get that idea? What's that, nutrition facts thing that I use all the time, Chronometer? That is, like, special, kind of dumb. Let's see, let's go with 2 servings, I guess. Okay, they're missing nutrition data for this type of, let's just go with pork, I guess. Let's go with 5 servings. So 5 servings of pork in the form of bacon. 12% of the RDA for potassium. And 0% vitamin K. Are you confusing, like, pork with bananas? I've just never heard of something so fucking stupid. The sun causes cancer. Wrong.
Sun causes cancer? Wrong. It's actually the ingredients in your sunscreen.
So, the reason sun causes cancer is because it has ionizing radiation that damages your DNA, which leads to cancer. Like, do us all a favor, stand out in the sun and get skin cancer and die. It's so weird. Like, this chick is white. If she stands out in the sun, like, in high heat for, like, 10 minutes, she's gonna get a sunburn. Why do you think you get a sunburn, you fucking moron? It's from UV. Look. How old is she? I can't tell if she's, like, 12 or if she has some weird genetic disorder that prevented her from, like, going through puberty. Okay, well, what a fucking idiot.
Hey VG, my shoulder hurts when I bench even though I took a long break from it. What can a nigga do? Am I jacking off too hard?
There could be a variety of reasons for why you're having shoulder pain. You might have an injury that just takes a long time to heal. You may have muscular imbalances in your shoulder that's triggering the pain. You can try doing things like face pulls or external rotation exercises that might help alleviate the pain, and relatively quickly as well. But you may just have to take more time off to allow your shoulder to heal. But yeah, in the meantime, I would just try doing face pulls and external rotation exercises, and hopefully that fixes it. Thanks for the donation though, Chamomile Cam. Hope that helps.
I've shown you this kid before. 17-year-old who's fucking huge. Here's his bench post to see if he's natty or not.
Oh, right, that guy. Yeah, he's on steroids. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find a 17-year-old who can do 20 reps on the bench. He's not locking out completely, but still, you're not going to find a 17-year-old who can do 20 reps on the bench with 315. Yeah, he's clearly, obviously on steroids. All natty, yeah. He's just trolling. Yeah, he's just trolling with the natty thing. He's not hiding it. He's taking steroids. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Because 44.6, like I remember when I was in high school my junior year, my boy Justin Robinson, he ran 44.8. We was like, oh my God. And we were in 11th grade. We were juniors. Like, bro, 11th grader just ran 44.8, but 44.6 in 10th grade, ain't gonna lie, he done outdid everybody. Like, that's a world record for U20. That's a world record. So if this kid keeps on this trajectory, I ain't gonna lie, he's about to be a problem for these guys. Like, that's one thing I can say. He's about to be a problem for these guys. Like, it's about to be something very, very serious. But we're gonna keep up. We're gonna keep up with the progress and see how far he can take it. I really believe in Quincy.
We were always on the push, continually push. We had a hell of a battle in the town of St. Vincent, which was equally as bad as the one at Bastogne, but at least we never got encircled. We always did the encircling. But anyway, we had a terrible battle there, and I was in the assault gun platoon of our battalion. And we were used for that very thing, knocking down buildings and knocking down church steeples where snipers were. And they would stop the infantry completely. So we'd get into town and they'd say, you see that church over there? There's a sniper up in the belfry. Can you knock that off? So we'd get it adjusted. We'd put a round up there and knock the top of the church off, and we'd get the sniper.
Isn't that funny? So dudes in World War II are talking about how they'd destroy churches to take out snipers, and then everybody is shitting their pants over Israel blowing up churches and mosques. Weird. It's almost as if there are militants inside a church or a mosque that doesn't protect these structures from attack. Odd.
I started my vegan journey, but I had 5 boxes of whey protein powder. Is it okay if I use it, or you want me throw it out?
Well, I think it'd be better to throw it out. You've already bought it, so it's not like consuming it is going to cause an additional rights violation, but I would just throw it out personally. Thanks for the donation, Callian.
Why? All time 100K a day. And today we are giving it up to one of the all-time greats of track and field.
Carl Lewis is a creepy fucking weirdo. Carl Lewis music video. His music video was so fucking odd. Great night, donate tellers. I heard that Albania is the most armed country in the world. They store weapon caches and artillery in schools, hospitals, and churches. They have equipment that always left over from the Cold War. What do you think? I'm not familiar with Albania, but I'm sure there's a bunch of old, Soviet era countries that have like large weapon caches. Wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Let us join the whole wide world, make a human change, and never break it up. No, ooh, you can't never break it up.
Looks like he's hitting on that old granny.
Break it up.
That is weird.
Never break it up. Break it up. Break it up. We will never break it up. And never break it up. Break it up. Break it up. We will never break it up. Break it up. Break it up.
That is super weird.
Our boy, Carl Lewis. Now, Carl Lewis, of course, he's a manly man. He's a man that everybody can respect. Why? Because he represented the United States and everything it has to offer to the fullest. Now, what Carl Lewis did was he won 9 gold medals at the Olympics. 9 gold medals at the Olympics. 7.
Albania is a new Muslim country in Europe after they used terror attacks. They used same tactics as Hamas. They went into Serbia and started killing civilians and then went back and hide. Yeah, I was reacting to some of that stuff on stream. A lot of the news reports on the Serbian civil war and the genocide was really, really misleading. Muslims basically started the conflict.
An individual. So let's just look at Carl Lewis's resume. He won I'm sorry, 1984. God, I just talk about how much time is going past. He won 4 gold medals. 4. He won the 100. He won the 200.
Bro, what is this shit here?
He won the relay, and he also the 4x1 relay, and he won the long jump. He went on to win 4 Olympic back-to-back long jump competitions. And that's great. Nobody's ever done that since. And I don't think anybody will do that again, because you got to be a hell of a long jumper to do that. So one thing I like about Carl is the fact that he is a manly man, a man that everybody can respect.
Mike Johnny Tillers, can you think of any ideology/religion that's more barbaric than Islam? Out of mainstream religions, no. You can find some really small satanic cults that are arguably worse. But yeah, when you're talking about mainstream religions, no. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
because of his stats, because of the way he represented himself on the track and in his personal life. He's definitely someone who people could look up to. And he paved the way for a lot of track and field people to be able to come along and, you know, make money. Because at the time he came, it was a lot of amateurism. And people was like, man, we want to get paid. And it's just how it is. A lot of people were not really getting paid in track and field because it was considered to be an amateur sport. So with that being said, and this extremely manly man have already shown that, you know, based on his stats, he's amazing. Okay, let's look at his resume on World Athletics. Born in 1961. And if you go back and look from some things that he was doing back in 1979 when he was about 18 years old, right before the 1980 Olympics, which the United States ended up boycotting, he was a pretty decent long jump. He was jumping 808, 809, and things like that. Those were still great performances. Nobody can ever take that away. And this is when he was only about 18 years old. So I think the biggest thing that I take away from Carl's resume is that in 1980, and this is when we boycotted the Olympics in Moscow, he was running decent times. Now, at the Olympic trials in Eugene, Oregon, he ended up getting fourth. He ran 10.32, and he was only about 18, 19 years old, but he ran 10.3, got fourth, but we boycotted the Olympics anyway. So he probably would have been on the relay, and he may have, let me see how he did in the long jump at trials. It doesn't say, but at NCAA's, of course, it says he got first, I believe. So he did well. I think that was maybe his only collegiate season also. But regardless of all that, I know he has some eligibility problems based upon how things that he did while he was in.
It's sick how cute they are. 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
They are really goddamn cute. Holy shit. Oh my god, those are good kitties. Yeah, you have very beautiful kitties, thee than thou. Especially love Joey. Joey is so handsome. Thanks for that donation, thee than thou.
In college, but that's another story. But in 1980, when we boycotted the Olympics, his fastest time that year, legal, appears to be 10.
What's funny is Serbia never committed genocide. Even people say that. It was a general who made the decision on his own, and he got all the blame. Wasn't the Serbian president the one who instructed the genocide? That's why that's why he was put on trial and imprisoned.
10.21. I'm not sure if he had any win any time. I think he didn't have any win any time. I think this is everything. But regardless, he still was a decent performer. He went 20.66. The significant thing, he went 8.35 in a long jump. Wind dated, but still a good jump nonetheless. 1981 was an even more prosperous year for him. Okay, United States missed the Olympics in 1980, but 1981 was a breakout year for him because he really came down on the performances. If you see, he went 10 flat. Electronic time, of course. I believe that was electronic because it says 00 and it does not say it was hand time. But let's just say for the sake of argument, it was legal and it wasn't hand time. So 10 flat with a 0 win is pretty good, especially at that time. And he ended up going his first sub 10 clocking, which was at the NCAA championships that year. So he did run 2 years at NCAAs at least. He won NCAAs with a 9.99, 2.6 win. And this is 1981. That's pretty significant. Now, for the rest of the year, he didn't really do a whole lot. He went to some meets, and he went to the World Cup in Rome that year, which is now called the World Championships. And he got dead last. Maybe he was injured because he got 10-9, but still, he still had a pretty decent year winning NCAAs and running his first, even though it was wind dated, sub 10. The big thing that we see is that he went 7.49 in the long jump. I'm sorry, 849 in the long jump. He went 840. He had some pretty big jumps. His long jump in 1981 improved significantly. He also improved significantly in his wind legal jump, because you see he went up to 862. 862 is extremely, extremely good. He's really pushing it. So I can go on here. In 1982, he also went on to do some great things. 1982, it seems as if he went crazy. 10 flat. He got rid of them low tens a lot more. And this wasn't even an Olympic year, so he probably didn't have to be in top shape.
Sure, you've already seen this, but maybe not. I hope you are doing well tonight, and I hope you had a good day too. Much love.
Brought a former IDF soldier to the pro-Palestine protest. Here's how it went. I don't think I've seen this. But, yeah, I'm fine. I pretty much just slept all day. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
What? Oh, you can ask my my family in the Holocaust that.
I'm Brandy Cruz with the Undivided Podcast. We're here at the University of Washington, and we're going to try to engage some of the protesters here in actual productive conversation. Imagine that. We're going to see how it goes. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up some tables with some boards that invite people in to ask a question.
Upload.
Thank you for that, 3. Appreciate the donation.
Question. So David's here. You're Jewish, and explain your background a little bit.
Sure. My name's David Solovey. I live here in Seattle. I am born and raised. After college, I had a midlife crisis, a quarter life too early, and went and joined the Israeli military. I went and joined the war. I recently got back just a couple of weeks ago, and here to see if we can make some connections.
Yeah, and then John Michael.
Hello.
Also Jewish, so
I
what are
am
you
also
hoping
Jewish.
to engage people in today?
I'm hoping to engage in productive conversation because I think hopefully we can find some common ground. See,
This guy, how could you not like this guy? Look at her. We're not going to check in at the media center. All right, you guys, how you feeling? Brave?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
I know the little games, okay? So it was a guy that stayed downstairs from us, underneath us, that she was probably fucking him. You know, every time she would be going up the stairs, he would be always opening the door like he was trying to catch her, you know, coming up the stairs. And I peeped that, and I hadn't even came out the house. I was getting ready to take out the garbage one day, and she chatting with the neighbor downstairs. He lived by himself, like on some bachelor shit. So I'm like, what the fuck is you doing talking to the neighbors and shit? Oh, I was just talking to you. Oh, you're insecure. How am I insecure? What is you doing down there talking to this man? And I keep seeing him open his front.
So because she was talking to a neighbor, he assumes this chick's cheating on him.
Can get away with those little TikTok videos, you know, sneaking those little. I was finding out all her little games.
Yeah, dude, this guy's a fucking crazy ass stalker.
All right, let's finish up on this video right here, and then we're going to get into the receipts.
That claims to be very godly and studies the Bible and, you know, practices this religion, put sugar in my gas tank, tracked my car, put a phone to record me in my car. And I would do things like say everything he needed to hear, like, yeah, I cheated on you, like, because I was so scared of him being crazy. Like, this guy has
That part didn't make sense to me. Why would you tell a man that you cheated on him because he's crazy? Because you don't want to tell a crazy guy that you cheated on him, because then a crazy guy is going to do what a crazy guy does.
Come on now.
So we're going to go through the receipts right now. So what she's trying to do is preemptively say that I just told him that, but it wasn't true. But it was true. That's essentially what's happening right here.
It's a record. You guys don't know that. You guys.
And we confirmed that you did not put any sugar in the tank, although you acknowledge the phone in the car tracking.
Yes, I did the phone thing. I was trying to word it. That one caught me off guard right there. Honestly, that one caught me off.
How in the fuck could they confirm he didn't put sugar in the car? He just admitted to tracking her with his phone. How do you know he didn't put sugar in his car? He probably did.
With a woman, 304 type woman like that before. Hey,
Yeah, bro, even fucking people in the chat are saying he's admitted to fucking stalking her.
Not happen again, my G. It's just for me, you talk about falling in love, but it was only a month.
Like, dude, who else is gonna put sugar in her fucking gas tank? It's obviously this fucking dude.
Working hard, my G. You the prize. What you said earlier is that you are the prize. The man is the prize. If so, then you don't.
Okay, yeah, this dude's a crazy fucking stalker, bro. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Nigga retard donated $2. Do you ever put fingers up your bum? No. Let me see. Does autism have anything to do with the nutrition? Not really, no.
Autism to do with nutrition. I looked back and I looked at the increase in autism and when that started going up. It was at the exact same time as the heart disease, obesity, and diabetes and cancer rates all started going up. And it
Okay, I'm not bother watching that. That's just stupid.
Veganism turned the Iron Man into Iron Deficiency Man. Robert Downey Jr. became deficient in iron, B12, iodine, and calcium. Now he eats fish rather than die as a vegan.
Yep. I saw that Robert Downey Jr. is no longer a vegan.
By the way, this photo was taken about 15 years ago, and this photo is from last year. So he's comparing, oh, look how healthy Robert Downey Jr. was when he ate meat, and this is how he looks when he's vegan. These photos were taken 15 years apart.
And there are so many nutrients found in animal foods that are difficult to find or impossible to find in plant foods.
Yeah, I wonder how I'm not dead yet.
I'm a huge fan of making intentional dietary choices, and I applaud anyone who does that, even if they choose a vegan diet. But I just think that if you're doing a vegan diet, it is very, very hard. If you're not taking 60 plus supplements, and even in that case, you're not getting everything you're going to get.
I take B12, vitamin D, and a multivitamin, so that's 3 supplements.
If you just eat meat, which is healthy for humans, preferably some organs too, some liver and some heart, things that humans have been eating for hundreds of thousands of years. And look, if not eating meat is an ethical consideration, there are so many good ways to raise animals humanely.
So, Paul, mind explaining why I'm twice your size and you have the strength of a, 18-year-old girl?
Today, happy to see that Robert Downey Jr. is at least eating fish.
Paul is a fucking moron.
Is this a longevity food? Cheese, butter, and eggs? There's a really interesting study called the Rotterdam study done in the Netherlands. What they found in the study was the...
I've already watched this video. There's no randomized trial data indicating that vitamin K2 has any health benefits in humans. The prospective cohort data on heart disease risk and the consumption of K2 is extremely mixed. And it's likely due to confounding variables affecting the study outcomes. But K2 itself doesn't seem to have any benefits for human health. Thanks for the donation, though, nigger retard.
Double speed. She calls herself a carnivore doctor, but she's an optometrist. If you have time. Why do carnivore MDs always do have issues with licenses? We don't see this with vegans.
Why I do not do mammographies or colonoscopies. Mammographies are pretty much pointless. Colonoscopies do have a proven benefit. I don't think I'm gonna bother watching this video. This is just about mammographies, right?
You know, like as soon as I get off here, I versus the blood. It's my stool sample, my kid, and it's very something.
Yeah, dude, you expect me to watch a hour-long video where she just says nothing the entire time? I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Carnivore.
I am dead. Please react.
Oh my god. Now that's a handsome kitty. Holy shit. Joey is such a handsome boy. Oh my god, I want him. I'm going to steal him and take him from you, and he is going to be mine. That is a sweet kitty. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Like seriously. These you can't be healthy while eating plant-based people should just take one for the team and choke on their retard food.
Yeah. Like, bro, YouTube and everything is probably going to be around for a long time, so time will tell. You know, these people are all going to start developing heart disease, diabetes, cancer. They're going to have strokes. They're all going to get fucking health problems from the stupid shit they're eating. And, again, time will tell, and you'll all see how fucking dumb they were for eating this shit. Thanks for the donation, Adios. Mike donated $2, how not to fail a squat. Bro, he's inside a rack. Why in the fuck doesn't he have safeties up? Just dump the bar, you fucking retard. Yeah, dude, this guy's gonna snap his shit. Okay, it's impressive how people that are this strong and have been training for this long don't know how to dump a fucking bar. That's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Stay in your lane, nigga. 142.
142.
No idea. I found out like a month ago he's still on. I said, no way. And he's like, dude, he's like doing this like powerlifting, but with like not too heavy weights in his like it's in his living room. It's the weirdest. You got to watch it. I got to send you the link.
I didn't even realize he still fucking makes content. That's fucking wild, bro.
He does.
Holy shit.
They're talking about me? What? Let me see. Oh, Jason Blaha. They're talking about Blaha.
Juggernaut Fitness is what it used to be called, right?
So he started as Ice Cream Fitness.
Yeah.
And then he became Juggernaut, and then he was Blaha TV. I
There
think.
you go. Holy shit. Talk about a blast
He
from the
made a
past.
video about me a week, just trashing everything I did. It was amazing. I loved him. He was funny.
Oh, man. That fucking guy, Vegan Gates, tried to talk shit about us soon. I'm like, bro, get out of here. This is out of your lane. Jonathan Hogu says, this.
They're still salty about that. Dude, I came on their fucking channel once in a call-in show. They literally couldn't make a single fucking argument. And then they randomly bring me up on their stream. That's funny, dude. I clearly really fucking got under their skin.
This episode alone just helped me burn 100, what? 120.
Thanks for the donation, Fresh and Fit podcast.
100%.
Absolutely.
What are you wearing? What is this?
Oh, this is a Bring Them Home dog tag, which, as we know, there's north of 100 hostages still in Gaza. Children, infants, old people, a couple Holocaust survivors, I think, too.
Yeah, a few.
What kind of experiences have you had over the last couple of weeks?
You might wonder, right, why is this even necessary, right? There's been a lot of students on campus who've texted me saying, I don't feel safe leaving my dorm. I've been harassed for being Jewish. There was someone, I believe on the news, I might be misquoting her, she was a student here and said, someone told her to, quote, go back to the gas chambers, right, in this encampment, right? So
Somebody here said that to her?
yes. People don't uphold their values here, right? This is a left-wing university, right? And I've had a lot of students come to me who there was sexual assault of Israeli women on.
The only path to Nutellers, dude. Imagine the first guy who saw a moose. Oh my god. Wow. That's a really pretty moose. Look at that nose. I love moose noses. Moose have the best noses. Wow, so pretty. Oh my god, that is special. That bear has an itch. It's a very pretty bear. Give them muffins.
And I baked some muffins, pumpkin muffins.
Wow.
So everybody gets one.
Oh my
To
god.
keep your tummies full while it's so wet.
Those are really pretty sheep. Yes, they deserve muffins. Wow. Look how handsome. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Wow. I really love deer. Wow, so nice. They just want rubs. Oh my god. That's a really handsome sheep. He a fast boy. Holy shit. Yeah, Jesus Christ. They're really fucking fast. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Appreciate it.
October 7th, and we just came from the Me Too movement because we didn't listen to women for decades, right, about sexual harassment and assault, and then suddenly there's not enough evidence. Or, and I could kind of bring you into the conversation here, and you could, give me your 2 cents on this, right? Where, there are Jewish individuals over there. I do also know Arab Zionists, right? But there's always this kind of idea where you are still able to be, and I completely agree with this, you are still able to be racist if you have a black friend, right? But suddenly, people seem to be screaming, well, look, I can't.
So, under the StopAntisemitism.org spotlight, the DA Alvin Bragg, the one who lead the 34 felony charges against Trump, is apparently doing this with the Columbia student Hamas supporters.
Jesus. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg drops charges against 31 of 46 violent Columbia protesters. That has to be ideological motivation. That has to be. What a piece of shit. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Be anti-Semitic. I'm Jewish, right? It's one of those things, right? And you see the messaging there. So, what do you think?
Okay, so I'm from the United States. I was born here. I'm a citizen. I vote. And I totally oppose what the United States has done in Vietnam when I was a teenager, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'm Jewish.
The United States absolutely should have invaded Afghanistan. A lot of their policies in Afghanistan were extremely fucked up and stupid. Like, they were undermining their own goals in Afghanistan with some of the policies they introduced. But the Afghan war itself was certainly justified.
I'm not Israeli. I'm totally against what Israel is doing right now. It is not Jewish to starve people. It's not.
Jews are not starving Palestinians.
Not Jewish to drop 2,000-pound bombs on homes, hospitals, roads.
But you have to ask a question, right? Which is about war, right? War is a terrible thing, right? I disagree with war. However, right, you know, I would do.
Every time I poop and I wipe my butt, I put a finger up my butt and scoop out the poop, but it makes me horny, then I get hard and jerk off while I poop. Is it gay if fingers in butt makes me cum?
It's a little gay. Thanks for the donation, nigger retard.
Do anything to defend my brothers and sisters, right? And I don't know if you have siblings. I hope you do, right? But I hope, if God forbid this isn't a threat, I can try to hurt him. I hope I wouldn't come out alive, right? And you would come and try to do your darndest, right? And you're right, at what cost? There needs to be an end game after this, right? The answer isn't kill every Palestinian, right? However, one of my issues with this encampment is, you know, I'm willing to say I don't think the Palestinians should go anywhere. I'm not willing to do that, even though, you know, I feel like I quote unquote have more of a right to the land. I'm not going to kick them off. They have a history, right? But what I'm hearing over there are chants like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And then they say, well, we just mean freedom.
Happy that you're streaming tonight. Been to a wedding today where the hosts were making a point about me constantly. Yes, he's the vegan over there. Disgusting. You should have, maybe ruined their day. That'd have been pretty funny. Like, ruin the bride's stupid wedding dress. Maybe, started arguing about how everybody's a Nazi because they eat meat. That'd have been funny. When are you gonna make, the video calling out fake vegans? Yeah, I still gotta do that. Fucking assholes feeding their cats meat.
We just mean equality, right? Maybe to part of the group. I fought more, right?
I killed the vibe over and over with my comments. Well, good job, dude. It's exactly what you need to do.
What time period, if you don't mind me asking?
I came back about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I was about there for 2 months.
Goddamn.
So
you were in there.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. I was there, right?
Would any of you like to sit down instead of stand?
Oh, yeah, please. No. You sound very thoughtful.
Hey,
You sound very thoughtful.
No, yeah, because I don't. I think it'd be very hypocritical of me to have to be in support of this and then to come over and be like, well, you know.
Big cyber attack has been raping a logistics software business that carries out basic functions for a majority of North American dealerships for the last 3 days. Many dealerships unable to operate. May take weeks to resolve. Customer info is compromised.
That's interesting. Didn't know about that. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Son Goku donated tellers, if somebody is a high body fat percentage, could they still theoretically build muscle in a calorie deficit and have their fat stores aid in the muscle building process? Well, your fat stores aren't going to aid in the process of building muscle, but because you have more energy availability, dieting is not going to impact you as much as somebody who has very little body fat and is in a deficit. So you're in a better position to build muscle mass while you're dieting if you have high amount of body fat stores. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku. Hope that answers your question.
You know, like that's not
100%.
aggressive at all. Like I really do want to understand.
And at the end of the day, how I view this, and this could be me and we can differ, people are born there. They didn't choose where they were born. We have to deal with the situation as it stands. We can't talk about, okay, well then just remove all of the Israelis from the land because they're not native. Oh, or we can't talk about, well, let's remove all the Palestinians to the land because we as Jews don't think they're indigenous and we have a longer claim. No, two peoples between the river and the sea are born there. We have to figure that out. And so that's why the way forward, I think, is for, personally, a two-state solution, where you have an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank, even a three-state solution if you want in Gaza, with Israel proper.
How was your experience today?
It was a really, I think, productive experience. I think we genuinely came in here seeking to bridge divides and have conversations, and that's honestly what happened. I had this conversation with someone today, and
you up for talking about the demoralization of vegans? Not really, unless you're talking about something more specific.
And at first they came in pretty skeptical, but the fact that they even came into the table at first was really impressive. And you know, by the end of the conversation, and like these things don't happen in like little social media bits that are like 5 seconds. By the end of like the 45 to an hour minute conversation, she said, wow, you know what? I mean, Israel has to exist. Israel's going to continue to exist. And she was like, I'm still going to be liberal. I'm still going to be like pro-Palestine. I said, yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. But she now believes that the Israelis aren't going anywhere and that Israel as a state has to stay. And the Palestinians solve something on their side, with Israelis or not with Israelis, but Israel is going to stay. And that, for me, to turn someone from against the existence of the state of Israel to acknowledging that Israel is going to stay and it has to exist for the Jewish people, was the biggest win, like the biggest win possible. And even if it's just one person now, it was a successful day.
David, talk us through what you're about to do.
Have you seen this already? Are you going to watch the Biden and Trump debate next week? Maybe
I don't
comment
want some-
live. Hope the heat wave isn't burning your little bum up in maple syrup land. LLLLLLLLLL 77.
I'm not going to react to this because Jubilee, whatchamacall, Jubilee copyright claims channels, so I can't react to Jubilee content on stream. I am going to react to the Biden-Trump debate. I'm just not going to do it live. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam. The only path to $92. Do you take any powders like turmeric, beetroot, maca, etc.? No. What a fucking asshole. Yeah, that guy's a fucking dickhead.
Some safety goggles next time. I'm gonna get some safety goggles next time.
Me asking Jeff Bezos to pay for my medical bills after losing both my eyes to a machine malfunction working at Amazon. Okay.
Jesus.
Holy shit. Yeah, this is why we need to shoot and kill bears. That's pretty fucked. And the last link you gave me is restricted. Thanks for the donation, though, The Only Path.
News starting to catch up. The scale of the attack is likely understated. The software is used for many financial processes at dealers. Troves of customer data will likely be pawned on the dark web.
Video unavailable. Let me see if I can find another version. One hour ago. Yeah, that video is restricted for some reason. I don't know why.
We're getting some breaking developments into CNBC about those cyber attacks roiling nearly 15,000 car dealerships across the country. Let's bring in cybersecurity expert David Kennedy on this. David is the co-founder of Binary Defense, a former hacker for the National Security Agency and the Marine Corps. Dave, what are you learning?
Contestant, thanks for having me on. What we're seeing now is that if you look at what has occurred with CDK specifically, that they had their operation shut down initially, and then it shut down again afterwards, and that all the reports are coming out that it's going to be ransomware. So they were hit by ransomware. Their infrastructure appears to be completely down, impacting over 15,000 car dealerships, and they're also looking to pay that ransom from the sources that I'm talking to. So it looks like they're going to have to pay the ransom to recover to actually become operational again.
Okay, it looks like the dealerships themselves, according to what we've learned, are bracing for impact, and not just for today, tomorrow, through the weekend, but for who knows how long. Is that the case that you think that they should be trying to figure out how they're going to do business next week, maybe weeks from now?
Yeah, this process can take a very, very long time, unfortunately. Since they don't appear to have backups, or the hackers had access to the backups, recovery very quickly is very unlikely. And the ransomware groups spend a lot of time on the encryption events, not on quick and swift recovery of those events. So they're going to get a decryption key, essentially, and then what they're going to have to do is manually start to recover these systems. And what we've seen historically from a lot of these, it could take weeks or even months to fully recover from these types of data breaches, especially as large as this.
Do you have any information about whether the hackers or the cyber attackers are contacting the customers, so the car dealerships themselves, and looking to make hay out of the confusion surrounding the attack?
Yeah, right now is probably one of the most critical times. What these groups do is they create as much chaos as possible to inflict as much damage and pain on CDK. So they are calling car dealerships impersonating CDK. CDK is also releasing statements around, being very careful that they've heard of impersonations. I have a number of folks that are in dealerships in the IT space that have reported back to me that it's just really kind of a cluster right now. There's not a lot of communication coming back and forth, but these hackers are reaching out to dealerships claiming to be CDK, trying to hack them as they're going through. So dealerships should really be aware of what's happening right now and have their guards up for this specific breach. I mean, over 15,000 dealerships right now are currently impacted.
All right. So if CDK is planning to pay this ransom, would that put an end to the damage?
Most likely, yes. These groups actually have a lot of what they consider street credibility or reputation. When they get the payments, they typically will give you the ransomware keys back so that you can recover from this, and they stop the pain and agony and the suffering of everything that they're doing during that period of time and then cool down. It doesn't mean that another group won't come in and try to do the same thing. If there's vulnerabilities, weaknesses, or exposures, we've seen secondary groups go after these types of companies for, maybe getting a smaller payday. But in this case here, based on how large CDK is, we're looking at anywhere between, $2 to $15 million ransomware payment that they're going to be looking to pay, would be my estimate, based on the size of this and what typically ransomware groups demand. Once they get that payment.
Interesting. I wonder who's doing it. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Ooh, some may call it suicide. I call it having a sign that says, I defended Israel and the IDF. I was there during the current war, and I am here to answer people's questions. And it may not go well. What's up, guys?
Your prophets! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
These college kids are such fucking idiots, bro.
I was in communities where that happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that only happening on one side?
What do you mean? Beheading and raping women?
Is that only happening to one set of people?
That specifically, yes.
Nope, it's not. ILF rapes people all the time.
So she thinks the IDF is beheading and raping women. Okay.
Like, that is a huge tax.
You want to sit down and have a chat about it?
I don't need to chat with you. I already know what
Google the fucking news.
Yeah, yo, this man
Okay.
is actually a murderer. Like, we can't talk with him.
Well, you never even asked if I killed anyone, but...
Of course you did. You're an ILF soldier, dude.
I mean, I actually haven't, but...
Like, we're barely even there, so why are you here talking to us right now?
So...
Because you're shit. Goodbye.
Again, very nice talking to you. Look, right? I'm not going to yell at them, right? Because I have an opinion on this entire thing.
What?
Oh, you can ask my my family in the Holocaust that. As someone who thought, like, I don't think there's any answer where the Palestinians do not exist in that land. Okay?
Yes,
right?
so the land was
Would you tell me in the same way that there's not a future where Jews do not exist on that land?
There were Jews already existing in that land.
No, but that's not my question. Hold on 1 second. I just want to answer her question. I will get right to you.
Listen to me.
Okay, I'm only going to do one person right now. If you would like to sit down, we can chat.
I think that's the only way to keep it light.
I would love to chat with you another time. If you
Dude, as soon as they see the smoke where this guy is actually able to make arguments, they just run and leave. They're such cowardly fucking morons.
Because doesn't mean you're just a pro-Israel and that's stuff. You're just a schmuck because you think you can speak for everyone and you can't.
Okay, like, we're having a nice conversation. You just called me a schmuck. That hurts. That hurts my feelings.
Get over it.
Oh.
Look at what you're doing. You're trying to have people go against you right now.
I'm not gonna have anyone go against me. I would be happy if everyone agreed with me, right? However, I think there's people dying right here. You're saying I want to dunk on people, regardless of who you think is like right or wrong. Like, this is a very serious thing, and I don't take it so unseriously that I just go around calling people schmucks. I completely reject the idea of Jewish supremacy. I think we're human beings like everyone else.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that, like, I learned in my class.
The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting them on their peace. The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free.
I just wanted to share that I learned.
Says the people who can't get over being called Nazis.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. These fucking college kids are just... Why are they even there? They're so stupid. Like, they shouldn't be in higher education. They're just a waste of space.
But he knew what was coming. 1983 on down. Of course, 1983 was big for him because that's the year of the World Championships, and he wins his first world title. So,
funny how a leftist tight suburban woman says he's speaking for others. They always do this.
Yeah, I mean, what is she doing right now talking about Israel-Palestine? It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
I'm not going to go into all his seasons, but what I will do is this. I just want to show just how early on he had a lot of promising elements to him, and he ended up progressing and doing good things over the course of it. Strange thing about his 9.86, after that race, he never won another title again. As a matter of fact, I don't think he ever medaled again in a 100-meter dash. I'm sorry, he never won another sprint title. After that race where he broke the world record, he really never won another 100-meter dash, ever, on a global stage. And I don't think he ever medaled again, because in 92 he didn't make the team. In 93 he didn't make the 100 team, I don't believe. Or I know he didn't medal. In 95, of course, he didn't make it. 96. So yeah, I don't think he ever got another world or Olympic title again. His fastest win at the time was 9.78 with a hurricane behind a 5.2. 1975 in his 200 was kind of the thing that kind of bothers me about him, because I feel like he had a lot more improvement to do there. Because if you look at that race from 1983, he threw his arms up and celebrated probably about 20 meters from the line. And at the time, the world record was 19.72 at altitude, Mexico City, by Pedro Menea. And I feel like that record was soft. But Carl Lewis never improved on this time, even though he celebrated. That was the crazy thing. He ran that time, in 1983, but he celebrated, but he never improved on that time. His fastest indoor track time in the 200 was 20.75, which wasn't that significant because, the real killers don't pay attention to indoor track anyway. He ran a lot of great ankle legs on the relay. They had the 4x1 record for a while, 37.40, until Usain Bolt and the Jamaicans ended up breaking. And of course, everybody knows he went 8.87 at the 1991 World Championships, and he lost that because that was the championship in which Mike Powell broke the world record. Overall, I got to give Carl Lewis probably the top 1, 2, or 3. As far as male, he definitely got to be with him and Usain Bolt. And Usain Bolt may not even beat him as the top male of all time track and field athlete, simply because of the fact that Carl Lewis did the long jump also. He did that long jump, and that long jump makes a difference. And he had better longevity. But Usain Bolt had better longevity in the sprints. So, you know, I got to give it up to Carl Lewis. He's an amazing athlete.
Yeah, Carl Lewis is a bit of a fucking weirdo.
They just basically do what they want to do. If we say, look, if you can't adhere to the rules, you cannot compete.
Paul just gave, it was pretty much an oxymoron into the real life in which he was living. Because most track and field athletes right now, and even back then, were strongly against drugs when they were in front of people and in front of the media. Like if you ask somebody like a Noah Lyles right now, how do you feel about drugs in a sport? He can like, drugs is a terrible thing, blah, blah, blah. But more than likely, he's taking them. Carl Lewis was super against drugs back then and even now. But guess what? In 2003, long after he retired, Carl Lewis came out and admitted to failing 3 drug tests at the 1988 Olympic trials. The same.
He's so weird.
Let me take a look.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
But
go f yourself. Is that clear?
Yeah, I've seen this interview before. Elon Musk is kind of fucking deranged. Advertisers left the X platform because they weren't happy with the moderation decisions he's made, and then he's calling that blackmailing. It's fucking stupid.
적인 전략적 동반자 관계에 관한 조약 조인식에 이어 러시아 연방 대통령 울라지미르 비치 푸틴 동지와 금수산 영빈관 정원 구역에서 시간을 함께 보내시며 친교를 도터히 하셨습니다. 푸틴 동지께서는 선물 받은 승용차의 성능을 높이 동지에게 우리나라의 국견인 풍산께 한 쌍을 선물하셨습니다. 과 목표 실을 통하여 새 시대의 상과 목표 실현을 위한 중가시고 후로 설린 우호 관계를 두 나라 인민들의 지향 피력하셨습니다.
Yeah, that is weird. Nut Muffin donated $2. Let me see.
In an historic executive order, Governor Wes Moore will wipe out hundreds of thousands of marijuana convictions. Alexis Avila on your corner now this morning in Annapolis with more on the pardons expected to happen today.
Well, in just a few hours, we are expecting a historical move from Governor Wes Moore that could change the outlook of marijuana convictions in the past. Today, he is expected to pardon more than 175,000 convictions related to cannabis. Now, the governor is pardoning misdemeanor charges for people who were found guilty of possessing small amounts of marijuana. Adult use recreational marijuana was legalized in Maryland back in 2022. 24 states and the District of Columbia have legalized recreational cannabis. But according to the Washington Post, Moore is doing this to heal decades of social and economic injustice that disproportionately harmed people of color. Moore also told the Post that criminal records have been used to prevent people from attaining employment, housing, and education. However, these pardons do not mean that a record is completely cleared. The expungement process is still needed to do that. But we are hoping to learn more details.
I don't know why they don't just legalize it federally. It makes no fucking sense. Both quite different vids. Watch when you feel like. All right. Thanks, Nut Muffin.
Hi, Kitty. Wanted to start this session off by saying thank you for being my top contributor to my OnlyFans. You really are my favorite kitty.
Hello, princess. Is Daddy's angel being a good girl tonight?
Sorry, I just keep hearing things.
God, You make me so hot. Make me act up like an old thirsty hound dog.
Something's definitely in my room.
Don't pay attention to the clock.
Frank Tuffo no type beat.
Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I'm screaming till nothing else. There ain't no. Man, oh man, you're my best friend.
That has to be a meme. That has to be. That is something Frank Tufano would do. Thanks for that donation, Chamomile Cam. Alright. Oh, my little baby Finn. Yeah, that's a good boy. Yeah, just lie down and relax. Lie down and relax. Lap is for relax. Yeah, that's a good boy. Just relax. Okay, just relax. That's a good boy. Lie down. No. Lie down. Lie down. That's a good boy.
Closet. There's nothing in there.
How did you know that I was looking at my closet?
Scream for me! I pay good money, so scream for me. Like Pocahontas screaming for her white god, John Smith. Pure ecstasy.
I think someone...
I said scream your beautiful song! Just around the riverbed!
Oh my god, there is someone in my closet.
There's no one in here. In there. There's no one in there. It's probably just a ghost.
Are you saying my house is haunted?
Fart in your panties and throw them by your closet.
I don't think I have to fart.
Shit your pants and throw them by your closet. It'll scare away any spooky ghosts.
I don't have to shit.
Just toss the panties.
Fine.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh.
Kitty? Are you in my closet?
No way, baby. I'm so far away right now.
I know you're in there. Get out of my closet. Oh my god. Kitty?
Hello? Boo.
Get the fuck out of here!
Okay, that wasn't good. Olawale donated $2. Let me see.
I think that your best feature is, I mean, you're a big back, you're good run back. Basically, what do you think that your best feature?
That's good.
Did you get that thing oiled down? Oiled down? Yeah, did you get it oiled up? Oiled up. Hold on, wait a minute. You talking about the oil change? Yeah. So why don't you just say that? I mean, what the fuck? Every time I come over here, you always gotta take me through this homosexual rigmarole, man, with your terminology, man. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Man, just come on, man. Finish cutting my hair and I can get the fuck up out of here, man. Come
That looks like a fun dream. Thanks for that donation, Olawale.
Olympics where he criticized Ben Johnson for being on drugs. USATF, they covered up hundreds of athletes' drug tests, from Carl Lewis to Jackie Joyner Kersey. So that was a normal thing for the United States to be corrupt, and they still are till this day. USATF is still covering up drug tests. USADA is still covering up drug tests. because this was in the 80s when this happened. But in 2003, Carl Lewis had broke his silence on the allegations that he was the
Bandman donated $3. Let me see.
Anytime some girl say something out of anger, because if it's an argument, if you say something out of anger, most likely that's how they really feel. So you have to pay attention. Fellas, even take notes. Please do. Because this is a person that's a part of your whole journey of life. You might have to take notes on this, because what she's saying to you when she's mad, that's how she really feels. You have to pay attention to that. Anytime.
I don't know why you'd necessarily make that assumption, but okay. Thanks for the donation, Bandman. Ben, no. One more time, you're going down. Lie down. That's a good boy.
The beneficiary of a drug cover-up. He had admitted to testing positive to banned substances, claiming he was just one of hundreds of American athletes who were allowed to escape bans. There were hundreds of people getting off, he said. Everyone was treated the same. Lewis now has acknowledged that he had failed 3 drug tests during the 1988 U.S. Olympic trials, which the international rules at the time should have prevented him from competing at the Seoul Games 2 months later, in which he received a gold medal after Ben Johnson got DQ'd. This admission by Carl Lewis is a further embarrassment for the United States Olympic Committee, which had initially denied claims that 114 positive tests between 1988 and 2000 were covered up. It will add weight to calls by leading anti-doping officials and top athletes for an independent inquiry into the U.S. records on drug issues. So pretty much all of these athletes from the 80s to the 2000s were claiming them not to be doping. And Carl Lewis admitted he was one of those athletes who failed tests, and they were covered up by the United States Olympic Committee and USADA. So the USATF, they would have people cover up the tests and not announce them. So while these people shouldn't have been eligible to compete at the global championships, they still were able to because they were super big. And this still goes on to this day. In 2000, Marion Jones was the biggest face in track and field. Her face was over all the cereal boxes. She was on every commercial. She was the world champion in 1999, and she was going for 5 gold medals or 5 medals in Sydney in 2000 at the Olympic Games. This right here is Marion Jones' doping calendar from the year 2001, given to her by her doctor, Victor Conte. The drugs were given to her coach, Trevor Graham, who also coached many other world record holders in Marion, Tim Montgomery, Justin Gatlin. But Trevor Graham, he received a lifetime ban in track and field because of his doping involvement. But yeah, Marion Jones, she was on a quest to get 5 medals. She was on a heavy doping cycle. Like, these were all the drugs that she had to take. The I on the list on her calendar is insulin. The G is growth hormone. The C is the cream that Victor Conte cooked up, the testosterone cream. And it was pretty much her calendar to take certain things in her cycles so it can be out of her system for certain meets, things of that nature. And this still goes on to this day. So while you think your favorite athlete isn't doping,
Where is that dog's helmet? Any new gay ass loser Frank Tefano videos? Are you keeping that butthole hot for Daddy Wade? You know Daddy Wade likes to keep his good little pet pampered. Bark like beagle for Daddy Wade, Pappy money bags. Make me believe it.
Finn doesn't have a helmet. He does have goggles, but he does not have a helmet. No new gay-ass loser Frank Tefano videos, but I'm not going to bark like a beagle for you. Thanks for the donation, James. I know that's not really James. Bandman donated $3. Let me
What's
see.
the most credit you think you got, like, at one time? 100 racks. That's good. What's the most you think you made off credit? $1 million a month. $1 million a month? November. Ask my mentor, Dion. Credit changed my life for real. You know what I'm saying? Because when you play with credit, it's like an unlimited bag. It's like, you know, it's no risk when you playing with this shit. You know what I mean? What's the most...
The fuck is he talking about? If you make investments with credit and you don't make any money off the investment, you're gonna have to pay the fucking loan back. And depending on how much money you make, that could be a huge fucking deal, because if you're loaning money at a super high interest and you took out a really big loan, you might be like fucked for life. Okay, that's stupid. Thanks for that donation, Bandman. Nutmuffin donated $2. So God saves his simps from a situation that he himself put that person in, and he still gets more simps.
Miracle happened in November when an SUV went airborne and flew over a car driven by a priest on his way to church.
I do believe it's a miracle.
He had no idea what happened and went on to deliver mass. Afterward, a police officer showed him the surveillance video.
Oh my God.
The pole the driver hit helped them avoid collision.
He hit it so perfectly that it sprung him up in the air.
A miracle happened.
So, because he got lucky, it's divine intervention, and God decided to save his old ass, but not all the people who are dying in these different fucking wars all around the world? Alright. Would you rather have a dinner with Jesus for 20 minutes or take $10 million? I'd take the $10 million. That would benefit me a whole hell of a lot more than talking with some fucking gay Jewish dude who lived 2,000 years ago. These comments depressing as hell. The amount of people denying Jesus. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin. Riley donated $2. Vegan gains. By the way, you know that wasn't me before. Anyway, your based vegan VG pineapple is disgusting. It's a crime. Definitely doesn't belong on pizza. Also, are you going to play Poppy Playtime eventually? Can't make any guarantees. I might. Looks kind of cool, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Kevo donated $3.
When a doctor is telling you, like, okay, let's do your cheeks or let's do your eyes and all this, you were never nervous about them, like, transferring your face, of maybe you'll look different. You know what I mean?
No,
Like, how
I
do
feel
you?
like plastic surgery is for you to look better.
No, for sure. But I'm saying, like without them 100% knowing how you're gonna look after it's done, or do they show you?
No, I mean, I don't think about that. I just go in there being positive. I'm like, I'm gonna come out beautiful, and I do.
When a doctor is telling.
That chick is fucking stupid. To be fair, this guy's gotten cosmetic surgery, and I would say it's botched. He's gotten, like, liposuction, and I think he's gotten muscle implants. Yeah, this chick's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Kevo.
Why is this God still a thing?
I have no idea, dude. It's... Oh. It's weird how we have this mass delusion of billions of fucking people. It's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What's up, man? Tried to talk to my coworker about veganism on a long drive for work. Convo left me depressed and fatigued. So many excuses like taste toe, food chain, etc. Is this real? I'd rather free animals from their prisons than do this again. Fuck dat.
Most conversations you have with Carnus are going to be a waste of time, and they're going to tell you stupid, dumb shit, so don't expect much whenever you get into a debate. It's just the way things are. So don't get depressed about it, don't feel bad about it, don't let it get to you. Most people are ignorant, selfish fucktards, and that's just the way it is, dude. So if you are going to have these conversations, go into it knowing that, and if you choose to have those conversations, don't let it get to you, and you can just choose to not bother entirely if it bothers you so much. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Bandman donated $3. Let me see.
You want me to be honest, though, bro? Every girl I meet say they single. Every girl I meet.
What does single mean? I'm fucking somebody right now,
but I'm single for you.
But you could be next.
Yeah,
they have a sugar daddy. They got a guy paying their car note, paying their rent, guy giving them money just to run a shop.
Yeah,
and a guy just giving them.
You want me to be honest, though?
Like, these aren't normal people. All these fucking red pill dating idiots, they're like, oh, I'm talking to chicks who have dudes paying their rent, paying their car, and this isn't fucking normal. Like, how about you just don't date fucking OnlyFans models? If you don't date OnlyFans models, you won't fucking be with these retarded gold-digging whores. It's fucking retarded. And by the way, we know Fresh and Fit, they get no pussy. The only girls they get with are chicks they pay for on sugar daddy apps, or women that they're able to kind of, have some sort of monetary arrangement with where, oh, come on our show, we'll promote your OnlyFans, but you have to, have sex with us. That sort of thing. Like, no shit, you're meeting all these women who want money from you, who aren't going to be in a serious relationship, and they're fucking dudes on the side. You're dating literal fucking whores. Just don't date whores. Thanks for the donation, Bandman.
Have a cycle given to them by their doctor that looks very similar to this.
You do OnlyFans. Does that make you a gold digger? No. A gold digger is somebody whose goal in any relationship is to extract as much money out of their partner as they can. Having an OnlyFans does not make you a gold digger.
And it's able to be out of their system so they won't test positive during competitions and things of that nature. But yeah, Marion Jones in that Olympic Games, she went on to win 5 medals. And surprisingly, she never tested positive for doping. Well, it's not even surprising because she had people like Trevor Graham and Victor Conte in her corner helping her out with it. With Victor Conte and the Balco lab getting, investigating things of that nature, it made them draw heavy attention on Marion Jones, in which she was investigated, and she admitted to never taking drugs, even though being involved with Trevor Graham and Victor Conte. And then she came back and then she told the cops that she lied to them, and that's what got her sent to prison for lying to the federal agents. But it just goes to prove, when you're at the top of the sport like Marion Jones was, being the biggest athlete in track and field, you can get away with a lot. She was doping for 6-7 years, winning gold medal, never tested positive. And the only reason she got caught is because she admitted it. Carl Lewis never tested positive publicly. Like, his positive test never came out. But the only reason we know that he tested positive 3 times is because he admitted it publicly. When you're the top athlete in a sport, they're going to do everything to protect you, especially if you in bed with the biggest people in the sport and you do everything that they tell you and you following their rules. But the moment you go against them, they're going to throw you under the bus and ruin your career, like Tim Montgomery. Broke the world record in the 100, was same, training with Marion Jones and Trevor Graham. Victor Conte was giving the drugs to the coach Trevor Graham, and he was giving them to Marion and Tim. They both broke world records. And when Tim didn't want to pay Victor Conte the amount Victor Conte felt like he was worth, after breaking the world record, like, Victor Conte wanted a portion of everything in every meet that Tim Montgomery was running. Tim felt like that wasn't a fair payout. So Victor Conte snitched on Tim Montgomery. He turned in a syringe anonymously to the drug testing people, and that's what got Tim Montgomery banned and his world record stripped. And if you don't know who Victor Conte is,
dude, what a fucking cunt.
He's a guy who's, I guess, considered a nutritionist right now. But back then, he was going to bodybuilding competitions and seeing how they got bigger and how they improved their performance in bodybuilding. He was going to these competitions asking the bodybuilders which kind of drugs they were on. And he was taking those same drugs and bringing them to track and field and just pretty much testing them out on the athletes. Like, he had no doctor's license. He wasn't a doctor, but he was just experimenting on athletes like Tim Montgomery and Marion Jones. So they were pretty much his Frankenstein. That's why they call him the Frankenstein doctor. And he had much success from it. He was responsible for multiple world records in the sprint events.
Yes, I'm very happy that Gig is here.
The 100s, the 200s, long jumps. And he was pretty much the biggest drug guy in track and field history, even up to this day. He had a lab in San Francisco called Balco. And that's a story for a whole nother day. Go do your research on Balco. Balco. But I pretty much say all of that to say this, that your favorite athlete is taking drugs. They haven't failed a drug test because there's so many loopholes into getting around drug tests. And just look at this interview on Victor Conte talking about how your favorite athlete right now in 2024, 2023, 2022 gets around taking drug tests when they're on their cycles.
How easy is it for an Olympian to use illegal performance-enhancing drugs and not get caught?
Relatively easy.
How so?
The major loophole is with the missed tests. And the way it is now, you can get 2 missed tests. The third one is considered the same as a positive test, and you'll receive a suspension or be banned. They do not disclose this information. We know that in the neighborhood of 8 to 10% of the tests, when they go to collect the samples and the athlete's not there, that they're issuing missed tests, but you don't know that athlete A or athlete B has a missed test. So here's basically what they could possibly do. In the year leading up to the Olympic Games, and you're a world-class sprinter, and you take a risk and you say, well, listen, on my whereabouts form, I'll say I'm going to city X and I'll go to city Y. If they show up, the consequence is you get a missed test. I've calculated that roughly, in my opinion, the odds are about 25 to 1 that they won't come during that couple of week period that you're ducking and dodging and you're using steroids and other performance-enhancing drugs. Now, understand some of these orals and clear in a few days and some of the creams clear in a day. But you could use stuff that may clear in a week or 2 weeks and go hide and do this. Well, now you've got a cycle under your belt. And hey, likely the odds 25 to 1 that you didn't even get a missed test. So you can continue to do this until they show up. And then you get a missed test. Well, this is not disclosed. No one knows this. So the advantage is you got a cycle or 2 under your belt before you get a missed test. But then they'll give you time they'll send you a notification, you missed the test, we'll give you a hearing in 30 days, you can show up and give us some, reasonable explanation.
Will the tester come back if they miss you one day? Will they come back the next day?
No, they typically do not. So you go and you do it again. And you go out and odds are great that they're not going to come, but if they do, the worst scenario is strike 2.
And what's the penalty for a second strike?
There is none. There's no consequence. It's not even disclosed. No one knows. The way it works is much like a speeding ticket on your driving record. You can get 1, you can get 2, and then every 18 months, the oldest one drops off. Well, so you got 18 months. So the worst case scenario.
Can you live stream from the Streamlabs website? No. Yeah, I think you mean live stream. No. You can't live stream from Streamlabs. It's just Streamlabs is just for collecting donos. But again, if you're on Mac, just download the Apple version of OBS.
Scenarios, man, you got 2 strikes. You got to wait. You got your gold medal, you got your endorsements, you're doing what you're doing, and you wait until that one drops off. I believe this to be true, that there's all sorts of medical doctors and Olympic officials in various sports that are helping these athletes to circumvent the system. So they're aiding and abetting them. I believe that to be true.
So yeah, that's something I talk about all the time, how athletes in track and field at the professional, quote unquote, professional level can get around failing drug tests when they know they're on drugs. And most of the time when you see an athlete, like people always be like, when somebody get banned for doping, they're like, oh, I knew he was doping, like he should get a lifetime ban. Whole time your favorite athlete doping type shit. His cycle was just right. The majority of the time when you see people get caught for doping is because their doctor either messed up their cycle, so they're probably off by like a week or two, or they had no idea that whatever was in their system was in their system. Like there's so many contaminated substances. There's like creams that doctors and trainers can put on you, rub on your legs, on your body, that it get into your bloodstream, like the testosterone cream that Justin Gatlin got banned for. And there's been so many athletes in track and field that got set up when it came to doping. Like a lot of people test positive and they had no idea that they were going to test positive, because if they knew they were going to test positive when the drug testing people came, they wouldn't have opened the door. Because amongst the pro circuit, everybody knows that a missed test is better than a positive test. Even if it's your third missed test and you get the whereabouts failure, you get a 2-year ban. If you fail a drug test, you get a 4-year ban, and also you get your name tainted as like this heavy doper, blah, blah, blah. But there's just been so many drug stories that I could talk about that I know about. And even right now, people doping that I can also talk about, and I know about that I'd rather not speak about, but I feel like it's nobody's business because everybody's doing it at that level. And when I say at that level, I mean the motherfuckers year in, year out going to championships, getting medals. And all I'm gonna say is, because I seen this the other day too, when that one dude from Kenya ran 141 and 800, people were accusing him of doping. All I'm gonna say is, doping or not,
Lessons on attracting woman beginning at 2400 hours.
How to think.
Well, this is gonna be stupid. All right, we can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Hamza.
Kenya, they're doping and running 141 and 142. Here in America, these niggas are doping and running 145 and 144 and 800. But I don't want this video to be too long. I could do a part 2 if y'all want.
Hot girl in the gym or club, like if you've been to like parties or whatever, you've seen sometimes where there's there's attractive girls that you'll probably get with, and then there's a fucking like couple of girls who are fucking gorgeous. They walk in and every guy starts getting some like intimidated. Even like the Chad rich type of guys start like nudging each other. They're looking a few times and everything, and then some confident guy goes up and gets her. Like anyone who's been to a lot of parties will tell you, like, it's often not like the fucking Chad rich guy who gets the hottest girl. It's often a guy who's like honestly like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. He's kind of in shape, but he's also kind of fat. He's not like that healthy. He's not even on self-improvement. He just had the fucking nuts to go and.
Also, what is this? Did you piss him off?
Let me take a look, Vegan Booty. I would go right up there. Just right up that butt. It's a good vegan butt. It's a good vegan butt. What is that? Okay.
Streamlabs does have a free live streaming app downloadable on Windows, not sure about Mac. Similar to OBS but made a little simpler and gayer for noobs. But no, you cannot stream via Streamlabs with just a browser.
I would recommend not using Streamlabs OBS. The reason is it's literally just OBS. The Streamlabs company just stole the source code and copied OBS and just added some of their own features to it.
All of these booties are vegan. Would you eat them?
Are they? Is this chick vegan? She has a nice big ass. I don't see anything about this chick being vegan. If she is vegan, sure, I'd eat her ass. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Booty. Yeah, so the Streamlabs OBS, it's literally just OBS, and I don't really like it. The UI isn't quite as good, and you don't have as much flexibility with adding different features. It's also more buggy. It doesn't get updated as frequently as OBS. So yeah, just download OBS for Mac if you have a Mac. That's a nice ass. Apparently she is vegan. She used to be very pregnant. Yeah, that's a good ass. I'd eat that ass. I'll be perfectly honest, that vegan teacher's cute. Like, if she was single and wasn't married, I'd fuck her. Why not?
Okay. See if I can line my butt up right against her face here for the tour. I'm getting better. I'm getting the rhythm down a bit more. It's my balance.
Yeah, that's me. Did you piss him off? Let me see.
Yeah, you probably not. Yeah, you probably don't. There's no more, because we all know it. We all know that you are a chicken shit. I mean, you all talk, no more. You all talk, no show. I mean, you all talk, no show. I'm a this guy that's saying this. I'm talking to the camera. That's what I think about you.
Does this dude have, like, fucking polio or something?
At your desk. And B.
I don't even know what the fuck he's saying. Best channel on YouTube. Okay, I have no idea.
Smash or pass? Give a follow if you'd smash LOL. She's vegan. A local rapper and stripper. She's a friend of mine. LOL.
Tips. Have saying, damn, baby, you the shit. I know I see you peeped it, so baby, go and squeeze it. Apricot, I know you need this. I know
She's not my type. So I'd pass. But, it's good she's vegan. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Speak to her. That was it. Whilst every other guy was intimidated, thinking like, oh yeah, but Andrew Tate said I've got to go make some more money. One fucking guy with big fucking balls, who wasn't the richest, who wasn't the fittest, who wasn't the most muscular, who was on self-improvement, reading fucking books like you, nerd. He just walked up and spoke to her, and now he's deep-throating the girl that you wanted.
So, there's two things to note here. One, most girls are extremely insecure. Even when you meet a chick who's like absolutely banging, 10 out of 10, hottest bitch you've ever seen, she probably thinks she's not that good looking. It's only like fat black girls who think they're like the shit. And that's why you always see it's the fat black girls on fucking Instagram and shit who are like, you gotta be paying me money if you want to go out on a date. I ain't fucking with no broke ass niggas. You better spend at least like $500 on the first date, or are you some broke ass bitch? I ain't spending no time with some broke ass nigga living out of his apartment with like 2 roommates. Like, it's only those chicks who are doing that. So yeah, most chicks who are super fucking hot don't really realize how good looking they are. And secondly, a lot of girls who are extremely good looking, they have a particular type, and their type is probably not like 10 out of 10 ultra chad, like millionaire type fucking dudes. They probably are just interested in a more normal guy, and some women actually preferentially date guys who aren't super good looking, who aren't super rich, because those are the dudes more likely to fucking cheat on them. If you're a really fucking good looking guy and you have tons of money, like, most dudes are going to take advantage of that and fuck all the bitches they can. So they preferentially date more normal dudes who don't have a ton of money, who make like decent money, and who are like maybe average or above, like a bit above average looking, because they're not the guys who are going to go out and cheat on them.
So how about we fucking copy this rather than us being stood at the corner of the club or the party with our drink up here, like trying to fit in with people, right? How about we fucking learn how to do this as well? The collective insecurity of the world, that's a fucking sick phrase, isn't it? Collective insecurity of the world means that big goals, in a weird way, are actually easier than the mid goals. If you go for your real 10 out of 10, you would be surprised of what happens, even though it's so intimidating. It's like, I could tell you some shit about this, bro. I could tell you, I was literally I spent like, I just hung out with like a fucking beautiful girl yesterday, like one of the most beautiful girls in our gym, like fittest girls in our gym. The kind of girl who, like, when she trains there, I'm telling you, all the guys are looking, right? All the guys are keep looking, to the point that guys are even kind of abrasive with it, where they'll like look and they'll look at each other and kind of like laugh. I've had like middle-aged guys kind of look at me and almost give me the eye to like tell me to look at her and everything. And I'm seeing all these guys and I'm getting intimidated, right? She's a beautiful girl. Not one of these motherfuckers actually approach her. So I fucking do.
You know, look at Finn. Look at this son of a bitch. Look at him. This is a good Finn. Yeah, that's a good Finn. You're so big and heavy and chunky. You're so chunky. You're so chunky. I love you. So, here's Hamza won't tell you this because he's a fucking insecure idiot, and he's also extremely shallow. But all these dudes who are getting intimidated by these women who are super attractive and they're too afraid to talk to them, they're shallow themselves, and their shallowness is getting in their own way. What is it about a really attractive person that is making you intimidated about them? Like beauty is only skin deep. okay, they're pretty. They were born that way. They probably didn't really have to do much aside from maybe not becoming obese to be extremely attractive. Like, most really attractive people, it's not like they're fucking training 10 hours a day, they're super strict with their diet, and, like, they've gotten a bunch of cosmetic surgeries and everything to look perfect. They were just born that way. There's no, like... There's no, quality of somebody's, like, personality or their perseverance or their hard work or their, like, grit and determination that makes them good looking. They're just good looking. There's nothing special about them. They're just good looking. Why are you intimidated by somebody who looks good? They're just like everybody else. There's nothing special about looks. Everybody's putting, like, pretty on a pedestal, and then they're acting like, oh my god, she's so good looking, oh, I'm too scared to talk to her. She's just a fucking person. Go up and talk to her. There's nothing special about being pretty that's going to make somebody, like, super intelligent, really judgmental, tough as nails, like, something that might actually make you reasonably intimidated to go and talk to somebody. Like, if you're gonna try to talk to, like, a college professor on some sort of, like, really detailed, nuanced topic, you might have a reason to be intimidated because you might look stupid, you might not know anything about the subject, but they're just pretty. There's nothing about them other than some, like, skin-deep quality. So, like, why are you afraid of fucking talking to some chick who's just good looking? Just talk to them. Looks don't really matter. Like, when you're being told by these male fucking red pill self-improvement dudes, like, to just talk to the pretty girl and don't be afraid, like, it doesn't really help. These dudes have this fucking idiotic mindset where, oh, being good looking means I have to put you on some kind of pedestal. They're no different than anybody else. They're just good looking. That's it. So go talk to them. Get it out of your head that being pretty makes you fucking special, and it, you know, requires some, like, degree of reverence when you're talking to a pretty person. Not Muffin donated $2. I'd go with 20 minutes with Jesus. What are you even going to do with 10 million? Hamza's voice makes me want to end it. What would I do with $10 million? Let's see. First thing I'd do is probably, like, take a week off work, at least, maybe even a month, just chill, relax. I'd be able to buy a house, not have to pay rent anymore. Then I'd get some toys. You know, obviously I'd get a Panigale. I'd probably get the new BMW 1300 GS. I'd maybe get 2 BMWs so that I could convert one into a sidecar. And, I'd probably just travel the world and do vegan activism with other, like, content creators and shit. And, then I'd also be able to have some money to fund, like, my own, skit show and be able to, like, hire actors and crap. So that's what I'd do with 10 million. That would be a much bigger benefit to me than, talking to Jesus for 20 minutes. Like, again, Jesus is some retard who's probably like 5'6" tall, long-haired hippie delusional idiot who thought he was directly communicating with God. Like, what's he gonna tell you? Like, nothing. We've had 2,000 years of cultural development, you know, scientific advancement, like new philosophical concepts that you can all read and learn about right now. You think a guy who lived 2,000 years ago who was illiterate, couldn't even fucking read, and was delusional and thought God was talking to him, you think you're going to get any kind of fucking insight from somebody like that? I blew a trans. Is your car okay? Car question mark me. Oh. Transmission. It would have made more sense if he had said tranny. But, yeah, that took me a second because he didn't use the right colloquial term.
Alcohol or kill a puppy? Alcohol or kill a puppy?
Sip of alcohol or kill a puppy?
Kill a puppy for sure.
Alcohol. Sip of alcohol. 100%. Probably kill a puppy.
I would rather kill a puppy that is terminal illness and is
Okay.
suffering, and boom, I win.
Hit a vape or watch your grandma die?
Would she be dying of old age? Sure. Watch her die. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably the second one.
Hit a vape. Hit a vape. End premarital sex or end racism?
How are these hard questions?
End premarital sex or end racism?
I'm just gonna go with end racism, just because I like swears a lot.
Have a sip of
Some of these people are fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
More vegan booties to eat. Also, some of the prettiest girls have the most bland personalities. Average girls with big noses have great personalities.
That is something I've noticed. That is a good vegan butt. That is definitely a nice rear end. I approve. That is also a nice butt. Is she vegan? I swear somebody sent me her Instagram before. Yeah, she has a thick ass. That is a nice butt. That is also a nice butt. I approve. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Booty.
No, Richie, I am going to have to respectfully disagree with you here. Social media and simps has enabled lots of women to have these massively inflated egos and judgmental attitudes, and lots of them will cry foul if you're a guy they don't like approach.
Who cares? Let them die alone. I don't give a fuck. Thanks for that donation, though, Kid Boo.
Oh Lord, he come in.
Whoa. Oh my god. That's a big kitty. That's what I'd call a big chonko. Wow. Oh my goodness. That kitty's walking in the snow. That's amazing. That kitty's also a big chonko. Oh my god. Whoa. That's a nice little hedgehog. Wow, look at him. That's also a nice chonko. Thanks for the donation. Richard is a gay Muslim.
Arizona, Siberia, the Middle East, Australia, Florida, Arizona, India, Arizona.
I'd have to agree with those for the most part. Arizona definitely sucks. India sucks. Australia, kind of, sort of. It's certainly becoming more of a shithole, especially since they keep voting conservative. They also have no right to free speech. As far as I can tell, almost everyone there is a fucking retard. Middle East, yeah, it just sucks. And Siberia absolutely sucks. Thanks for the donation, uninhabitable shitholes.
Do it. And now I'm hanging out with her yesterday, and it's actually fucking sick. She's a nice girl as well, so just go for your real fucking 10 out of 10, and you'd be surprised of what happens. Plus, here's the interesting thing. Your 10 out of 10 is not everyone else's 10 out of 10. This is so interesting. The girl that you are intimidated by, that you think is a 10, another guy actually thinks that she's like a 6. And so for another guy, he's going up and just going to, like, you know, speak to her and casually, like, he'll go up with a bit of confidence. He'll end up fucking her because he went up with this calm energy, because he wasn't intimidated. Whereas you'll be stood there thinking like, wait, girls like her exist? Oh my God. So there's two things. One is, it's literally, in a weird way, easier to go for the top tier goal. I'm using like a woman's attractiveness just to quantify this, but this could be even further.
Question: I'm from the Midwest originally, but now I live in a big city far from where I was raised. When I go home to visit my family and I eat with them, my dad rolls his eyes at my food choices and call me a queer. How should I deal with this?
Maybe call your dad a queer. I think that will solve that problem. Thanks for the donation, baby vegan.
The kind of, whatever, like, goal you want to go for, like...
I mean, your dad puts meat in his mouth, so I don't think you can have a more gay food choice than shoving meat in your mouth.
But it's in a weird way, it's a lot easier than you think to go for that big goal than it is for the mid one. For the guys who have been to the clubs and parties, they'll know this. It's like the girls who are kind of average or slightly above average, like 6, 7 out of 10, they're in a weird way like the hardest girls to attract. Why do you think that is? Think about it. Why are like girls who are like 6 and 7 out of 10 harder to attract than a girl who's like a 9? Because the 6 and 7s get like 10 times more guys who will go up to them because it feels a little bit easier. They'll get 10 times more guys who go up to them. They'll get guys who are really, really attractive, really.
This is a very, very strange assumption. There's some very pretty girls who get very few men approaching them, and then there's some very pretty girls who get approached endlessly, nonstop, all day, so...
Rich still fucking them. They'll get all the little fucking beta males speaking to them, the simps and everything. They'll get so much attraction because they're kind of like reachable, they're kind of attainable. But the most beautiful women, like the really beautiful women, the 9, like it's such an autistic thing, the 9 and the 10, but you get what I'm saying, right? Those kinds of women, they don't get approached as much as you think they do. Now, in certain areas they will, like in Miami, okay, sure that they will. In Dubai, probably, like, I don't know, but just in general, when the hottest girl in your gym, she gets approached less than you think. She just gets stared at. And so when you're like, so she might not like hold eye contact with you. These kinds of girls don't, because they get so many, basically, if they ever look at a guy, he'll be looking. So these kinds of girls often don't hold eye contact or smile at you, like just when they don't.
Mike donated $2. Which is more annoying, tailgaters or people driving slow and you can't pass? I would say tailgaters. Tailgaters annoy the ever-loving shit out of me. And they usually tailgate for no reason. They can just pass. So yeah, tailgaters probably annoy me a bit more. There was some fucking jackass one time. I was on my Ural sidecar, which is a pretty slow bike, so it can make it hard to pass people. I was on the highway, this fucking asshole would go from 100 and he'd slow down to 85, and the highway is 100. Then I'd change lanes, try to pass him, then he'd speed up again, and then I'd have to go behind him, then he'd slow down again, go 85, and then I'd try to pass him. I don't know if he was doing that intentionally, but that guy's a fucking dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Don't know you. But if you just fucking walk up, you might be surprised. You might have been the first guy who's cold approached her in weeks or in months, because literally these girls are quite intimidating. And so if you just fucking grab your fucking balls and go up and speak to one of these girls, or for example, like, you know, grab your fucking balls and go for like this goal achievement, which, you know, is reflective of the most beautiful girl, you'll actually be surprised. And that girl that you think is like a 10 out of 10 that you're kind of intimidated by,
he wasn't brake checking me. He'd slow down. He wasn't braking, dumbass.
she's not some other guy's 10 out of 10. So imagine, like, whatever your type is right now, it's probably not the same as mine. So if me and you were in the gym and your 10 out of 10 walked in and you were almost like scared and like taken back, I probably think she's a 6. I'd go up and speak to her and I'd like fuck her and not even think it was like a special thing. But you would have been intimidated by that. So there's two things. Is one, just fucking go for the big thing. But two, for the big thing, understand that big thing is not as desirable to other people as it is to you. And so you can, in a weird way, like psychologically manipulate yourself to almost act as if she, like, that goal, like you could treat that goal the same way that the guy who thinks she's a 6 does. Does that make sense? Like you could stop getting into this intimidated thing and then realize, like, wait, I can just go speak to her like a guy who's not really that into her would. And in a weird way, that might make you a little bit more attractive. You just, like, you've got to almost frame yourself to think like,
Hamza has absolutely zero game, and he's an idiot, and he's pretty much completely and utterly incapable of giving any kind of good dating advice. Just talk to whoever the fuck you want to talk to. It doesn't matter how pretty they are. Like, again, you're putting pretty on a pedestal for no fucking reason. Just go up and talk to them.
like, yeah, she is fit, she is attractive, but like I can just kind of like treat her like a normal human being because I know the level that I've gotten to as well. And you'll be so surprised because how well this works. Like, you'll be sat next to a fucking hot girl, and like the manner.
Pro-Israel vegan gamer girls with big noses and nice asses have the best personality. These dudes are scared of stinky carnest pussy pretty girls who just do selfies and talk about makeup and reality TV shows. Males are weird.
Yeah. A lot of people have very strange dating preferences. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Booty.
Mannerisms that they're making makes you think like, oh damn, like I think she thinks the same thing about me. Like I think she's kind of shy as well. And you're like, oh yeah, like of course she's fucking shy sat next to me. Of course she is. And it almost like makes you remember like the fucking guy that you've built yourself up to be. So yeah, I hope this one works for you because it worked for me. So what can you actually do? Well, you can set big fucking goals, big goals. But here's the thing. I actually think that most of the guys watching this already do this. I think that like most of the world is insecure. But if you're watching videos like this, you probably already are setting big goals. But here's the problem that I think a lot of guys who are watching this, including you.
All right, well, that's Hamza.
To the local In October 2020, during the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, revolutionary New York underground hip-hop artist MF Doom was checked into St. James's Hospital in Leeds. He had recently moved to Leeds from London, because many fans will be surprised to learn that just like Christian Bale and Champagne, Doom was actually British. Despite living in America almost all his life, a loophole in citizenship laws led to his deportation from the USA in 2012. Doom is one of the most influential hip-hop artists of all time, given the honor of your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. His storytelling is sublime. Vaudeville Villain, a personal favorite of mine, follows the exploits of a time-traveling drug dealer who gets trapped in New York's Upper West Side in 1993. Undoubtedly, one of the GOATs. At the time of his admittance, Doom was taking medication for high blood pressure. But NHS bureaucracy prevented medical staff from accessing records from the London hospital that had prescribed him the drugs. He had taken a different medication to usual and was developing a severe reaction. Within just a few days, Daniel Dumoulin was dead at 49.
Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, dude.
His wife alleges that overworked nurses couldn't check on his condition as often as required. This story is not well known, because fans of New York hip-hop and people interested in British healthcare policies are typically very separate groups. But MF Doom was just one of the estimated 300.
And for anyone dealing with insomnia 850.
Let's begin this guide on
850.
Protein powder, and I usually have one banana a
What's funny is if you eat a very low carbohydrate diet, that's going to spike your cortisol levels, and that will make it harder to sleep. So this is very stupid advice for somebody who has sleep issues. You probably want a high carbohydrate diet because that's going to lower your cortisol levels and take you out of fight or flight mode and help you sleep.
a day inside of a protein shake that I have at the gym, and I've never felt better in my life. I seem to need to sleep less whilst on this diet compared to previous high carb days. So basically,
yeah, that's because your cortisol levels are through the roof. You're in fight or flight mode constantly, and you can't actually get to sleep. That's a bad thing.
this is only thing I eat, right? Every now and then if I go on holiday or something, yeah, sure, I'll eat whatever I want. But this is literally almost every day of the month. This is what I'm eating. There's nothing else. I'm not eating bread. I'm not eating pasta. I'm not eating rice. I'm not eating vegetables. I'm not eating most fruits or anything. And this has made me feel fantastic. Basically, I started with the elimination diet, just eating meat on the carnivore diet. And I added in one ingredient at a time, and I still feel relatively fine. So I feel awesome on this. You might not, so you can experiment if you want. It's a little bit scary when you first just start eating meat and nothing else, because you're like, wait, all of the fat doctors told me that, you know, meat is really bad and vegetables are really important and stuff. But then the fat doctors also told us that cigarettes were healthy, that salt was unhealthy. So that's why I personally don't trust like whatever the government and the doctors say. I am my own experiment, and I'll go and like be the guinea pig and see what happens. So I seem to need to sleep less. Previously, I was in bed for 10 hours. Now I'm in bed for about like 8.
Yeah, that's normal.
8.5. So I've just saved like 1.5 hours a night, and I seem to get more sleep inside of that anyway. Also, one of the amazing things is I haven't needed to get up for a piss in the night for months, like for
that's because you're dehydrated.
For as long as I can remember. And I'm sure that carbs relate to this. So I'm on a very low carb diet. I probably have like 20 grams of carbs a day, almost like probably a little bit more than what guys on keto will have, because I have like a teaspoon of honey, which is probably about 10 grams, and bananas probably about 20. But being on this low carb diet, I haven't needed to get up in the middle of the night. You'll be surprised. So if you right now are someone who gets up in the night to go to the toilet, it could be because you're on higher carbs than you should be. And if you just lower the carbs, just try it for like 2 days and just see what happens, or maybe a few days to, you know, kind of get accustomed to it. You might just
Hamza donated $2 base.
What's your opinion on Andrew Tate?
I personally, I like Andrew Tate, and I agree with a lot of the
This is the chick that broke up with him because he is an annoying douchebag.
things that he says. I think he's been massively villainized. I think a lot of
the sex offender has been massively villainized.
the things that he says is taken out of context, and if people actually listen to the message that he's spreading, I think he makes a lot of good points.
She's in Hustlers University.
LOL, get fucked, Ron DeSantis. Piece of shit, fascist, can't silence them.
Defying Florida's ban, Jacksonville's LGBTQ community lit up the city's iconic bridge with rainbow lights in honor of Pride Month. Based. Yeah, wait, no rainbow lights allowed for Pride Month? How the fuck is he able to ban that? That's fucked. Yeah, Ron is a fascist. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
Know yourself before the pandemic hit versus you now. Know yourself.
Okay.
As a Muslim,
Yes.
why are you in the Christian country and not the Christians are in a Muslim country which is,
Good
has a
question.
prosperity?
Do you believe England's a Christian country?
Oh yes, it has a big, huge history.
So this country in England, Darwinian evolution is directly against Christianity. Yet we teach our children in school as a fact.
Darwinian evolution is not directly against Christianity. It's perfectly compatible with Christianity. So, no. I suppose if you take the creation myth literally, it would be, but you don't have to take the creation myth literally. There's no story in the Bible, even like the resurrection of Jesus and everything. There is nothing in the Christian Bible that is demanded to be taken literally. Nothing in the Bible has to be taken literally. Whereas in Islamic religious teachings, the Quran has to be taken literally. But show me anywhere in the Bible where it states these stories have to be taken literally. There's nothing.
This is true. In England, you can be gender fluid, change transgenders. In England, homosexuality, married men can marry men. What type of Christian?
So, homosexuality is also not contradictory with Christianity. If you look at any passages in the Bible that talk about homosexuality being an evil or a sin or something you shouldn't do, one, it's usually misinterpreted. They're not actually talking about homosexuality being bad. They're talking about things like rape being bad. Secondly, when the Bible was written, people had a very different view on homosexuality. There was this idea of male dominance, and the act of a man bending over and receiving another man's penis, that was seen as a form of disrespect to another man, because you're basically lowering a man to the position of a woman. So when we're looking at these stories on homosexuality in the Bible, you have to put it in a historical context and what homosexuality would look like to a man living 2,000 years ago. If the Bible had been written today, we wouldn't have that view on homosexuality. So there's nothing in the Bible that explicitly says homosexuality is evil in and of itself.
Country allows men marrying men? What kind of Christian country allows this? What kind of Christian country teaches our children?
So a secular Christian country, I suppose?
That we evolved from common ancestors and we weren't created by God. So let's establish one thing. England is not a Christian country. England is a secular democracy. One of the British values is freedom of religion. Now, I'll ask you a question. What are you doing in my country? I'm English.
Yeah, so there's many Christians who argue that a nation of Christians should be secular. Again, Christianity doesn't have principles like jihad, where you have to force other people to believe what you believe. So, again, it's funny. All these nations that were created with a majority Christian population, they're all secular. It's probably not a coincidence. All right, well, that guy is a fucking retard. We all know that. Bootycum donated $2. Let me see.
Would you rather have sex with...
Hello, brother. I am feeling a little depressed today and I wanted to ask you if you can react to any of Six Pack Shortcuts videos for nostalgia's sake. Hope you have a great stream.
Isn't the channel, like, deleted? It's now Six Pack Abs. Yeah, they deleted all their... They deleted all of Mike Chang's content. Yeah, there's nothing really... that I can react to that's interesting anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed. Let me see this stupid video by Andrew.
Would you rather...
Rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1. And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick, that's the tranny, or Hulk Hogan with a pussy, that's the girl. So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just click the girl number 1, did it? You're going to fuck Hulk Hogan. Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit, all hairy. Big dude, 6'5". That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay. Whereas Megan Fox, okay, he's got a dick, but maybe you can boot it out the way. I'm still Megan Fox. You know what I'm saying? At least she's small and shit. And you can hand around her neck, mess her up. You ain't messing up Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's gonna mess you up.
Yeah, Andrew Tate has some pretty progressive views on trans women. Surprisingly. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake. And then go back home. There nothing that was gonna be sexual involved because I'm not like that. Well, obviously the text messages and stuff like that, you know what I mean.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, EDP445. It's funny how he completely fucked his life up.
To 500 people who die every week due to delays in NHS treatment. That's 20,000 people a year.
And this is because, and I know it's kind of sinful to say this, but the NHS isn't very good at keeping people alive.
For 30 years, the UK has consistently had the lowest cancer survival rates of any developed nation. The NHS performs worse than average in the treatment of 8 of the 12 most common causes of death, including heart attacks and cancer. We are third worst in the developed world at treating curable illness. Infant mortality is 27% higher in Britain than the Western European average. Since 2010, wait times for ambulances have doubled. More than a quarter of A&E patients wait more than 4 hours for help. The number of people waiting for NHS is up 200% since 2010, with 23,000 people waiting more than 2 years for treatment. 66% of the population are overweight, and half. One of the few things the UK ranks the highest in is healthcare equality. So at the very least, whether you're rich or poor, white or black, we're all equally dead. Of COVID-19. Not only are the
Yeah, dude. When you're ranking below Mexico, that's pretty bad. Holy shit. Yeah, sorry, they're slightly better than Mexico. 6th in the entire world. That's nuts. By the way, these problems with the NHS is because of conservative leadership taking money out of the NHS. You can look at NHS wait times and its association with political party. Every single time there's a conservative government, wait times in the NHS balloon up.
Also the gene shot I bet you'd get with her 10 mil.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, when I win the lottery, I'm definitely gonna get that gene shot to make me grow more muscle, like Brian Johnson got. The wrath of God abides upon the children of disobedience. What the fuck? She literally just started fucking twerking at this like weird... Wait, what is this? There's like other dudes dressed up weird. Well, she has a nice thick butt, that's all that matters. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
Not only are the outcomes terrible, the pay for those working in the sector is truly appalling.
The starting salaries for junior doctors in places like Australia, Canada, the United States and France can be up to double the £29,000 basic that junior doctors would...
Whoa, I didn't even know that. Booty come to tellers, can we watch these old but good? Let me see. Oh yeah, the towel row.
It's your returning champion, Elgin
Hey, man.
Intensity, aka Trappy
I
Chan.
got something to tell you that might shock you.
You have to walk on your hands because your legs are too weak?
So most people think that I eat salads all day. I'm starving myself to maintain abs.
That's not what we think you do.
In reality, I actually eat like a pig. And I think it's crazy when I see guys out there eating only like 1,000 calories a day, thinking that they're gonna get ripped that way.
I can't
Most
believe
guys
it.
don't
I agree with
realize
Mike
that I
Chang
eat
on
about
something.
4,000 calories a day, man. Sometimes even more. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Oh, I
I'm
figured
not
you
stuffing
out.
my face down with like cupcakes or donuts or ice cream or other types of junk food like that. Even though I do have my share of cheat meals,
Too easy.
but I'm still able to eat all the foods that I like. Steak, mashed
Falafel.
potatoes, scrambled eggs, pork chops, fajita chicken, and of course, even sushi.
Sushi with a fork? Turn in
So
your
you're
Asian
probably
card.
wondering, how could I eat so much food and still be able to have six-pack abs?
You use other people's
It's
torsos in your
actually quite
videos?
simple. If you want to get ripped by eating all your favorite foods like I do, click the button below to learn exactly how I do it and how you can do the very same thing.
Yeah,
So
go
what am I
ahead.
doing
Click the
differently
button.
that's allowing
See
me
where
to
it
burn
goes.
off everything I eat and still keeping me motivated to work out and constantly improve my body?
By upgrading your
Well,
Photoshop?
I'm doing a new and different type of training that basically allows me to burn calories for up to 48 hours after my workout is over.
Power the
So
tower!
that means I'm burning calories in and out of the gym. While most guys are just burning calories at the gym.
If you're
See, this
alive,
type of
you
training
burn
produces
calories
what is
in or out of
called
the gym.
aftermath effect. And that's basically my secret weapon.
Not Mike
for
Chang's
burning
torso. What a
tons of
surprise.
calories without spending a lot of time in the gym. Oh man.
Every time he eats sushi with a fork, I just want to
fact,
stomp him on the
I'm
curb.
burning calories while I'm watching TV, I'm laying around, just being lazy on the couch, sleeping, or even as of right now, talking to you guys,
We
So,
all burn calories during those
post a free
activities,
video showing you
retard.
how it works, so go check it out by clicking the button below.
You would have dropped kick the kid trolls at the protest I was at. Good day. They unplugged the TVs and one shoved a burger in a guy's face. Yeah, I would have kicked those kids' asses.
Right now.
Yeah, click the button. Serious.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back.
He's got all this
to eating my
money and he's
favorite
eating
foods
with a
now.
plastic knife
If you
and
want
fork.
to start enjoying your favorite foods and get the six-pack abs of your dreams,
Only with
click the button below,
AdWords can a
and
guy
I'll
with
see
no
you there.
six-pack sell a
eat.
six-pack program.
Oh.
Yeah, enjoy your kitten sandwich, you piece of shit. Make that kitten sandwich ninja vanish. Alright, Mike Chang's gonna sit there and stuff his ugly ass face for about another minute, so it's time for another Asian guy to try to sell you something. As you've noticed, I've gotten new logos and I've opened up a website, infiniteelgintensity.com, where I sell my new t-shirt line.
Grand Am donated $2, found him.
So how we sleep make a really big difference in the way we feel in the morning time and also in our body, how we're able to rest our body. So
The sleeping on the floor thing doesn't really have much evidence behind it. Some people need a more firm mattress, but there's no need to just sleep on the floor. I know he has his own YouTube channel now, but he's making extremely different content than he used to make. He's also off steroids, so he's a hell of a lot less, bulky and muscular. But,
I just got done doing.
But yeah, his new channel isn't really interesting. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
The t-shirts ship all around the world, and I plan on releasing new designs every 1 or 2 months. Also, if you like the Infinite Elgin Intensity Facebook fan page, it's the return of the dragon, exercises in futility. Today we're going to talk about six-pack short cock and the towel row. Let's go.
This exercise is called a 3-position towel roll. Really good exercise when you don't have any weights to do, and also very, very good for building detail.
I wouldn't trust this guy to detail
this
a
exercise is
prelude.
basically all you're using is just a towel. The muscles you're going to work on
Yeah, I brought some
is
Asian
gonna
jokes
be
today.
your actually entire back,
because the first position is going to be at the belly button. Second position
It's
is going
pronounced
to be at the
belly
chest
button.
line or the nipple line. Last one is going to be at the Adam's apple, which works on your upper back.
Dude looks like a waiter at a dim sum restaurant. Can't you see him pushing one of those little carts full of dim sum, handing out towels before the meal?
Chest out. And notice the towel, you want to get the towel to be really tight.
Notice how there's no actual resistance.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and pull it towards your belly button. Okay, there you go, good.
If Buddhist
And
priests
I'm gonna
could be
put
child
my hand
molesters,
here
they'd
just
look
to
like
make
this
sure
guy.
that Dan's making it tight
Look at
enough.
his face.
And notice, let's get a view right here. Notice on how tight the towel is. So, and you notice that there's no way, and
I remember when he made this dumbass video, there were actually idiots who were following his channel who made videos doing this towel row thing.
it's pretty tough for Dan. He's actually straining a little bit, and we haven't even done a
Pour on the
It's a
towel!
very effective exercise. Let's go a little higher, Dan, to your chest. Good. Perfect. And you can probably see the contraction in Dan's back. And let's go a little higher to your Adam's apple now. Really bring down that upper back definition.
See, Pete Rubish needs to stop being a pussy and do towel rows in
stop
front of
right
his
there.
washer and dryer.
All
Not
right,
that
so how'd that
deadlifting
feel, Dan?
crap. That's not going to detail your back.
It looks like, it's just a towel that's really hard.
Yeah.
Like I'm really feeling that right now.
Yeah, and the thing about this exercise is, if you're very, very strong,
Then
that
you
just
won't be
means
doing
you're
this
gonna hold the
stupid ass
towel even
exercise.
tighter. And if you're not that strong, well, the same thing. You're just gonna hold the towel a little weaker or a little lighter, but it works with everybody at different levels. So, really good exercise.
Can I max out on
to
this?
use in part of the back
What if I
workout
do
that we
West
have in the
Side?
program. Let me see this towel here. And some of the mistakes
I will give
on
him
this
one thing
really
though.
is
That's a
just
really white
not
towel.
grabbing the towel
Dude
tight
knows
enough.
his laundry.
And the reason why is because
Two Wongs
the
can
whole
make it
reason
white.
why this workout, this exercise works so well is because you have constant tension. The moment you grab it out like this, you're tensing up your back, you're tensing up some of your triceps, your shoulders. But if you
Fucking
keep it
hell,
loose
Bruce Lee
like
is
this,
rolling in
and
his
you go
grave
like
right
this,
now.
Well, there's no tension. So you basically might as well just put the towel down and just go like this with nothing in your
This
hand.
is what I fucking hate
So
most
make
about the
sure
fitness industry.
that you really
If you're
have
decent
good
looking,
tension on this,
Is Mike Chang vegan now?
No, he is not, as far as I can tell. Thanks for that nation fart knocker.
you can make up any bullshit
to
you
make
want,
this workout
and
very
people will
effective.
buy it hook, line, and stinker because
anything
they're
you wanna add to
desperate.
that one, Dan?
So one thing I noticed is that when you're tired, it's very difficult to keep a lot of tension in the towel.
To hold on to your
How do you
hentai
guys
pillow?
tell, if they have enough tension, like when they're real tired.
Well, you want to make sure that the towel. Here, why don't you go ahead and grab onto this? So let's go ahead and demonstrate that tension.
Are you
on the
sure?
towel.
He might
That's really
overtrain.
the key to this exercise. So grab it tight. So
That face,
you can kind
though.
of see that the towel is pretty
Acting
tight.
gains.
And is this pretty tough for you right now, Dan?
Just holding this is really hard.
Really holding this, right? So you see how the towel, you can move it, but I'm hitting it.
I want to know what opium they were
It's
smoking
really-
when
it's
they
really
came up
pretty
with this
tough.
fucking idea.
And y'all can't see here on the camera, but I can actually feel, Dan trembling. His muscles are trembling.
Nice
right now.
nails.
This is actually an isometric move. Okay, that's good, Dan. And the isometric movement is basically to where you're not moving anything, you're not moving any movement, but your muscles are contracted and working at the same time.
If you'd like to
So,
see more of these
really good
idiots,
exercise, really
look in the
bring out that
description box for a link to my six-pack shortcuts coaches the worst squats ever video.
Should this be like extremely slow bringing it back or moderate speed?
A moderate speed. A moderate speed. So
This was one of the funniest ones.
Future returning champion, Elgin Density, aka Trapadonis. You ever wonder what would happen if the lumpy motherfucker from 300 got tatted up and joined a gym? Stop wondering. Like that, BAM! I'll overlook the fact that you're using a 5% milk jug, as long as you tell me it's filled with Drano. You sure as hell aren't ready for a job interview. Didn't go all the way down. Zero. People are gonna see this and imitate him. The form, not the life-ruining ink. Hands on the bar, make it a 0. Way to use the Force, Darth Mongoloid. 3 cc's daily for arms like elephant testicles, baby please. Nice totally legit plates there. Although I like the fact that they color-coded them to look like him. Them shaky deadlift legs. Is the scary face really necessary? That deluxe gym rat douchebag starter kit though. Tats, beats, stringer, dog shit form. Let's cover that up. If I went to the CrossFit Games and asked about 5,000 CrossFitters what they thought about me, I'd probably get a higher approval rating. Then I'd kill myself for being at the CrossFit Games. Where are the weights? Welcome to cinematography school. Not all the way down. 0! That almost looks like a Tusken Raider on his left arm. Fucktard lifters on the internet crop their videos to hide their numbers. Why am I not surprised you have to thumb up your own video? Well, you know what I think about this. 0. Remember, if you're on enough of that there cell tech, you can train like this and still get big. Don't let him fool you.
Dr. Disrespect is being accused of trying to meet up with a minor through Twitch, and that's why he was banned. It's not looking good for him.
That makes sense. Former Twitch employee comes out to say Dr. Disrespect was banned because he was caught texting a minor on Twitch Whispers and trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Powers that be could read in plain text. Case closed, gang. That makes sense. Dude, why would you be so fucking stupid to use a Twitch product to sext a minor? That's so fucking dumb, dude.
Over 2-decade-long
just
career.
please tell
Surely
us.
my would.
Well,
Dan,
it's been a long time.
Please tell us.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's so long that the person involved is probably okay now.
Yeah. My memory is really bad because this was like 2 years ago, and I was in Outpost buying a minicopter, and I remember someone saying Dr. Disrespect got banned from Twitch because he was messaging underage girls on Twitch.
Why he said that?
Wait, what?
That's not it.
We're about to learn all about the DMCA process now.
That's what I'm saying. What I heard in Rust.
Did he say that? Why did he say that?
He must have heard it.
Am I not allowed to say what I heard in Rust?
That's insane.
His crew on Rust is a wild.
I'm sorry. If I'm the doc, I'm suing you right now.
I would actually sue you.
Well,
I fought over a 2-decade-long career.
Surely
my would.
Well, Dan, it's been a long time.
All right. Well, that makes sense. Why he'd get banned the way he did. So, yeah, he might be cooked. Thanks for that donation, retard.
And Anthoslab on the internet exposed for being a pedo.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still want to see some hard evidence, but it's looking like that is plausible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One might say that this is all a cover-up. And all that swinging on the lat pull down his A. 0. Cavity creep-ass motherfucker. Fucktard. Like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, that was one of his best videos. That was fucking good.
It's your returning champion, Elgin Intensity, aka the governor of Cavsifornia.
Tiny Moore. I'm a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, hoorah.
And Dave Castro was a Navy SEAL. What's your point?
I've competed in 2 pro shows.
2, huh? Great, a master plan with no masters.
Mike Rashid's nutrition coach.
Yeah. Who's their pharmacist?
I kicked Crohn's disease in the butt.
What else did you do to its butt?
For nutrition during this whole camp. I'm also going to be working with you on a lot of the bodybuilding workouts.
Looks like Tony Horton took some stim packs in the Marines.
I'm going to teach you how to get as lean as possible on the most
Let's go comparison shopping, shall we? Not only does this seminar have an epic fucking name, but it costs less, and my ninja Alan Aragon knows what he's talking about.
Beyond that, just going to teach you guys a lot of little tricks of the trade that I've taught these guys along the way. In bodybuilding in the gym, we're creating the best illusions.
In this
for
case,
how
the
you
tuck
are going
back.
to look on stage, and the same thing goes with posing.
Your traps suck,
Accentuating
bruh.
those illusions and bringing out the best physique for you.
I'm gonna go through off-season eating, basically trying to teach you how to eat so that you are not going
Hold up,
to
I found another seminar that's better than this one and cheaper. Oh look, people who are actually masters in their
I'm gonna teach
fields.
you how to get as lean as possible on as many calories as possible.
Concentration, isolation.
Testicular respiration.
Like that, paying attention to detail, not just moving weights, but
Now these guys don't have strict curl records or anything, but they're pretty good at lifting weights.
When you're done with these workouts, you're not going to be able to just walk out of the gym.
Whoop-de-fucking-do, they say that about CrossFit. And even that's cheaper than
gather
this.
yourself and you gather your thoughts and reflect on your life. and
Let's see
then
how
you
people
go.
reflected
That's how
on this
it's supposed to
video.
be. So we're really going to tax you from a central nervous system level, your cellular level, make you strong.
Says he'll
and
make you
your body
strong.
grow in the
Said
way
earlier
wanna
that you
grow,
won't be able to
also
walk
build
afterwards.
endurance and muscle
Seems
endurance.
legit.
That doesn't mean limiting yourself to 8 foods. That doesn't mean
Step right up here for the greatest show on earth. Wait a minute, all these tiny things running around made me think it was the flea circus, but it's actually the washed up loser Olympics, and I'm Asian reporter and returning champion, Elgin Tensity, aka Traptomyolysis, the rapid destruction of fitness assholes. A sign of things to come. And they're off!
You can see the barbells.
Let's see how much heavy looking weight they're gonna lift today.
Looks like we may have a false start.
A false start for a bunch of dipshits with a false sense of athleticism. Wonderful, the men and women wear the same sized uniforms. That's true teamwork. Let's move on to the fails.
Had a little trouble, and you see this a lot of times. It is Lubbock up under it.
According to my calculation, 0.
And just too far back on the hill.
Too far back, you mean foobar rack?
And a great bail.
Great bail, he says, as the professional exerciser grabs his wrist in agony. Let's see what else is cracking.
Chad McKay out of Australia hurt his collarbone.
He should have gotten a Bible verse tattooed over it, like the born-again asshats who do CrossFit. I feel like that would have made all the difference.
He came in the top 10 and
Sound it out.
stopped competing.
Because he also broke his fucking rib. In a workout that the fans selected, because apparently they know more about programming than Dave Castro does, even though he's the ringleader of this shitshow circus. Nobody at CrossFit got any of this on tape, unfortunately. I guess they didn't want to take the heat. On that note,
It's the women's turn.
the actual roast.
To take on the hero workout known as Murph. Cara Webb.
Oye, 0.
Is your leader by 8 points over Anna Tunnicliffe, and then the sensational rookie from Iceland occupies third. That's Sarah Sigmund's daughter.
Nice, we've got some girls from Iceland and a couple from Australia, where it's currently winter. What could possibly go wrong on this 100-degree day?
This is an event that these ladies are going to come into knowing that what it feels like, knowing what to expect.
I expect vultures.
It's a 1 mile run, followed by 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats, and then a final 1 mile run, and these ladies are going to do it all wearing a 14-pound vest.
That sounds brown.
That is just remarkably fucking stupid.
Pissoning. Let's start counting the bodies.
Alex Parker first to the pull-up bar. She's followed closely by Anna Tunnicliffe, Sam Briggs, and Kristen Holtick.
Yes, rub chalk on your hands as you reach for that scorching hot black metal pull-up bar that's been sitting out in the fucking sun all day. That's not going to stop your hands from looking like raw bacon at all.
Kelly Jackson and Danae Brown are also on the field.
That is so dumb.
0.
Right to work.
Moving right along.
Meanwhile, Annie Thorisdottir is in big trouble now.
Especially when she's sticking out her Bjorkadork like that. Kidneys down, ass up.
I saw her come off of her air squats, and it was very uncharacteristic. She just couldn't get the run started, and you can see that her legs just are not working right. She's really
Gonna need dialysis, baby, please.
Think of back to 2012.
I'll give her a hot yellow rod to lean on, but only if she stops crossfitting.
His legs were just cramping up. He had all sorts of problems.
Yeah, it's just her legs. She's not melting from the inside or anything. Let's see what else is on. Aw, I want to see zombies now.
She looks miserable right now.
Guess we're going with this.
she looks out of it.
She really does.
Takes a lot for CrossFitters to admit something's wrong, except with their own dumbass programming, of course.
Hey, you guys, that's right. Cara Webb was just taken out of the arena on a stretcher. Her eyes were shut, but they did get the body armor off of her before they brought her out.
Whew, I was really concerned about the body armor.
So we did just see her again brought out of the stadium here on a stretcher. Right behind her, Carrie Pierce had to be helped off also by the medical team. So hopefully
What a fucking pussy. She wasn't
Yeah,
fit.
you have to be on steroids to do CrossFit. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to do it.
Enough. Oh wait, they don't actually test fitness at the Washed Up Loser Olympics. They test pain tolerance, because putting people through hell gets views. This is a former games champion about to fall over and die. If that doesn't tell you enough about how fucking stupid cross shit is, pick up your Rogue Fitness wheelchair, because they have an event for your dumbass too. Cross shit equals no gains. Like the video and subscribe to...
This is a good classic.
20 minutes into Pump Chasers and Chill, and it gives you this look.
What's going on?
Fuck you, it's your returning champion, Elgin Intensity, aka Donald Trapp.
Y'all remember those high quality videos that used to be all over the POG channel?
Used to be?
Yeah, those were done by me.
Yeah, they've been deleted.
If you want to continue seeing those, be sure and subscribe to my personal channel.
Nope.
We have a lot of new subscribers on this channel.
Subscribers? You mean vultures waiting for you to die?
So if you haven't seen these type of videos, I'm gonna roll a clip for y'all so y'all can go ahead and check it out.
Troll the tapeworm. I mean, roll the tape. What you are about to witness is no illusion. That's true, this is a real video game. I wonder if Vince G is this excited when he applies for jobs. It's a true story about some real-life monsters. Monsters, you mean host organisms? Black guy named Chris? Check. That guy can't log into the POG account either. I wonder how Elliot would pronounce his name. Rare footage of Vince G opening doors for other people. Stopping short on pull-ups. 0! Fuck you too, whichever one you are. Their clothes don't look that bad when you can't see Vince's logo. I think that one's Perkins, and his elbows need some Jergens.
It's time to put in work.
Vince G, working. Pick one. What a surprise, Vince is pulling less weight than his partner. The other guy's helping off screen. 0! That feel when you leave the sticker on your cap brim, but everybody knows how big your head is by your ego lifting.
Brutal fatality. Let's go, baby. Bring the pain. Come on, wait.
I love when people hide how much weight they're lifting, but they get a great shot of their post-workout meal. I'll take sounds that losers make for 100, Alex. What is the sound Vince G makes when he has to pawn his car to afford pineapples?
Right. So what do y'all think about the video?
It sucked, but now it's somewhat tolerable.
High quality or not? Do y'all want to live that swole life? Or do y'all want to continue chasing the pump?
Or do y'all want to send this dipshit to Trump?
And, as always, I'm Vince G, the swole nerd, keeping it chill.
Yeah, Vince G was real fucktard. My god. He was getting paid $100K per year by Chris Jones. And he decided to fuck off and not do any work. Like, what an idiot.
Earn here in the UK.
If pay had kept up with inflation, junior doctors would be earning £20,000 more per year. Other countries know this. Australia is now offering huge benefits for British medical workers to abandon the NHS and move down under.
But the UK is the main target where this ad will air from Sunday.
And it's why Western Australia welcomes you to be part of WA Health. Financial incentives available. Apply today. Authorised by the State Government, Perth.
And it's working. 1 in 7 doctors trained by the NHS have since moved to another country.
Jesus.
Double as many as any other developed country. We are literally paying to train other countries' doctors and nurses. The unions have done their best to fix the situation, but let's not pretend they're not partially at fault. In 2009, the British Medical Association successfully lobbied the government to put a cap on the number of medical school places available to British students, because they thought that fewer doctors would lead to higher pay. And it
Wow, really? Holy shit!
Worked. Due to staff shortages, hospitals have resorted to hiring freelance doctors to cover shifts, paying over $2,000.
Dude, the UK is just fucking insane. They literally deliberately short-staffed their fucking doctors as some like stupid way of making up for doctor pay.
£500 to hire one doctor for one afternoon. What can we do to fix all this?
This is insane.
Nothing. It's pretty hard to improve a system that is literally already praised as a god.
Today, the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh were among those to celebrate 75 years of the National Health Service. The Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition read Bible verses for an institution which has often been described as the UK's national religion.
And I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem.
So whatever you're thinking, whatever crazy idea you come up with to fix...
I've never heard of anything so insane. Rather than just paying doctors more and putting more money into the NHS, they literally deliberately short-staffed the fucking doctors. Like, what? Like, that's going to fucking fix anything?
Fix the NHS? Ain't happening. Because no matter what idea you come up with, the public and the media will accuse you of supporting the total abolition of the NHS, and that we will be only a few years away from being like Americans paying $50,000 for stitches, which makes any kind of meaningful reform politically impossible. None of these conspiracy theories ever come true. In fact, the King's Fund, a pro-NHS think tank, finds no evidence at all of creeping privatisation of the health service. Decentralising the system. Labour have been talking of giving away power. Perhaps the answer is making the NHS more local, for local people. Well, in 2003, Labour introduced foundation hospitals, giving NHS hospitals a degree of independence from the government. The British Medical Association, the Royal College of Nursing, and 130 backbench Labour MPs opposed the idea due to fears of privatisation, and The Guardian said it would effectively privatise NHS hospitals. It didn't. Contracting private companies to run medical facilities. This is what they do in Sweden to keep down costs, because around 40% of GPs in Sweden are run by private companies contracted by regional health authorities. In 2012, the coalition introduced the Health and Social Care Act, which, among other things, made it easier for private companies to be contracted to do NHS work. The BMA said it was an affront to the public service ethos that glues the NHS together. The BMA must unmask this reform agenda for what it really is: the final step in the privatisation of the service. It wasn't. Paying for GP appointments. Among countries with single-payer healthcare, Britain is actually in the minority of countries without any form of upfront costs. An appointment with your doctor in Norway will set you back about £20. In France, a more modest £6.50. In Ireland, the appointment is free, but a blood test is €30. Of course, if you are low income or elderly or chronically ill, it's free. If a similar system was done in the UK, it could raise a few £billion every year. But last year, when a former NHS boss proposed a £7 a day payment for hospital stays to ease pressure on NHS finances, the campaign group Keep Our NHS Public called it a harebrained idea and a zombie policy. I assume Norway didn't get the memo. Give it more tax money. This is what everyone says they want, but even this is not enough to placate conspiracy theorists. Since at least 1970, the UK has been below average on healthcare investment compared to other advanced countries, except for 2 years under the last Labour government. Yet, when Labour was investing in the health service at the highest rate in its history, they still had to roll out PR managers to make it very clear to the media that they were not secretly privatising the NHS.
Sorry, how does this make any sense? You're investing public money into the NHS and then people accuse you of privatizing the NHS? People from the UK are just stupid.
Because they weren't. Do you know what the absolute worst part about this is?
This is crazy.
We already spend more on healthcare out of our own pockets than Americans. The NHS is in such a state that switching to the American system would probably be an improvement.
Crime is legal.
Financial
yep.
wars are being fought between the world's elite businessmen. The battlefield is London, and you, the British taxpayer, are paying for them to exploit the legal system for their own gain. At the same time, money is being siphoned off from the police and court system to fund these exploits, rendering crime effectively legal in the UK. Private prosecutions are an archaic legal procedure invented sometime in the Middle Ages. Prior to the introduction of the modern court system in the 19th century, if you wanted to bring someone to justice, the only way to get it was to pay for it yourself. Get permission from the government, hire some lawyers and a judge, rent out a courtroom, recruit some jurors, and run the trial yourself. And legally, this is a legitimate court that can find someone innocent or guilty and put them in prison. In the past, this has allowed the common man to obtain justice if the Crown Courts refused to hear the case. In 2017, it was used to put a Russian millionaire behind bars for defrauding £1 million from an investor. In principle, it's a good idea. Okay, but here's the twist. Unlike a regular trial where both parties cover their own legal fees, in a private prosecution, the government funds all of your legal fees, but not the fees of your opponent. What a perfectly balanced game with no possible exploits. When coalition budget cuts prevented the legal system from functioning properly, many of London's wealthiest and most corrupt businessmen instead turned to private prosecutions. They started accusing their rivals of stealing millions of pounds or breaking contracts on a technicality. If you win the case, you can send your opponent to jail or give them an unlimited fine. Even if you expect to lose the case, that's also a-okay, because you can drag out the trial until your opponent goes bankrupt. And the British taxpayer pays for you to do it. It's
Holy
a
shit.
no-risk bet. Anyway, the cost of giving free taxpayer money to billionaires to sue each other into oblivion has completely wiped out all of the savings made from budget cuts to the police and court system since 2010. Oh well.
Why the hell is the country run like this?
I guess we'll just have to tax disabled people some more to make up for it. If you commit a crime in Britain today, there is at least a 95% chance you will get away with it. And that's not me being hyperbolic. Look at the rate of reported crimes that end in a criminal charge. Assault, 5%. Stalking, 5%. Harassment, 4%. Burglary, 4%. Criminal damage, 4%. Vandalism, 3%. Vehicle theft, 2%. Muggings and pickpocketing, 1%.
Yeah, dude. If you want to run a criminal enterprise, move to the fucking UK. Holy shit.
248 phones are stolen in London every day, and only 2% of them are ever recovered. Most police don't even investigate stolen phones, even though there are trackers in every phone to tell the police exactly where the stolen phones are located. The crimes with the highest charge rates are shoplifting at 14%, which is frankly amazing considering nearly 3 in 4 reported lootings by criminal gangs don't even get a police response, and cannabis possession at 15%. Evidently, police think smoking...
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's fucking imprison people for smoking weed, but assault, harassment, burglary... Wow. Why are they even wasting their time on this shit?
Joint and watching videos of baby pandas is a bigger threat to public safety than stalking or burglary.
I am so glad I never fucking grew up in the UK. Holy fuck, this place is a shithole.
The police won't protect us, and we can't own guns for self-defense. You would think the party of personal responsibility would at least legalise pepper spray. Sadly, even the mildest pepper spray is considered a weapon, and you can be arrested for carrying it. Meanwhile, the cops have been told to not bother arresting actual, real, genuine criminals, instead sending them away with a warning. People like you and me, average people who only commit minor crimes like movie piracy and cannabis smoking, get the full weight of the law upon us, while blatant criminals can do whatever they want like it's the purge. Theft at knife point is basically legal, but a tower that doesn't look exactly like the brochure is prohibited and has to be demolished. Being a lawyer is a tough job with long hours and low pay, but 25% of barristers have quit their job since 2017, and a further 25% say that they plan to. I would too if I was paid on average £12,000 a year. I think that's a typo. Let me check. It turns out it's true. It is actually £12,000 a year.
How in the fuck is a lawyer only making £12,000 a year? What? It's fucking hard to become a lawyer. You have to go to a fucking university for that. What? How? What? This literally doesn't make sense to me.
The National Crime Agency loses 10% of its workforce every year due to quitting. Probably because their officers earn 14% less than a regular beat bobby on the street. Where do these barristers and special agents go?
This is insane.
To the private law sector, where they get straight to work making 4 times the salary in private prosecutions, defrauding the taxpayer. By paying barristers poverty wages, the Tories have handed over our best lawyers to the hands of gangsters and foreign billionaires who exploit our legal system for money. So if the cops aren't preventing crimes, solving crimes, capturing criminals, or bringing people to trial, what are they doing? They're beating up people who were hosting a memorial service for a woman who was murdered by an off-duty police officer.
Oh my god.
I was sitting on a jury a few years ago, and in the waiting room, the woman sitting in front of me was chatting away to the person next to her about how human rights are...
Half of what he's saying isn't true. Let me see. Average UK... This has to be public defendant, right? Says £44,000. Where's he getting that figure from then?
Overrated, and how it's harder to bring criminals to justice because of human rights. And this woman isn't in the minority. I think most people have an internal conscience that makes them act ethically, like Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio, but for a lot of British people, that conscience is Joseph Stalin. On almost every civil liberties issue you can name, opinion polls show that just over half of the British public will always pick the anti-freedom option. The death penalty, mandatory identity cards, monitoring all public spaces with CCTV 24 hours a day, detaining suspected criminals indefinitely without trial, warrantless wiretapping of innocent people's phones and text messages, keeping a record of every citizen's fingerprints even if they haven't done anything wrong. At some point it just gets ridiculous. 10 years in jail for travellers avoiding COVID quarantine. They've got no problem with police brutality either. It's this slim majority that allows the government to pass a whole host of authoritarian laws and get away with it. We used to be quite good at this, you know? Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, the birthplace of liberalism, ancient rights of Englishmen and all that. The problem is that the law works in precedence. Laying one brick doesn't do much, but it affects every other brick that comes on top of it. And this time, it was Labour who started building this wall to imprison us under the guise of safety. In the early 2000s, the Blair government passed a number of laws giving authorities the powers to do pretty much anything if they think it will prevent attacks from terriers. These laws have been used to detain a man for carrying a laptop and wearing a coat that was a bit too warm for the season, arrest a woman walking on a cycle path, arrest a man taking photographs of a disused road, spy on people that local councils suspected weren't picking up after their dog, and the Metropolitan Police used these powers to manhandle an autistic teenager for calling a police officer a lesbian.
Yeah, I am starting to understand why the movie V for Vendetta was created. Like, holy crap, that's literally what the UK is.
I'm sure they stopped a few actual criminals with it too. Under these powers, hundreds of thousands of people, disproportionately black, are subject to invasive searches by police every year. Searches that, by the government's own analysis, don't reduce crime. When stop searches were dramatically increased in 10 London boroughs, it had no effect on the overall crime rate in these areas. But this isn't as clear-cut as you'd think. There is some conflicting evidence. An independent analysis based on the whole UK over a 10-year period found that increasing stop searches by 10% led to a 0.01 reduction in violent crime. The most precious freedom of all is freedom of speech, but there is no freedom of speech in Britain. I mean, sure, the Human Rights Act says everyone has the right to freedom of expression, but then it is immediately followed up by the exercise of these freedoms may be subject to such formalities, conditions and restrictions or penalties as are prescribed by law. In 2003, Labour used this exception to make it illegal to say offensive things over the internet, a crime of which we are all probably guilty, particularly me when I was 14 years old.
Do you honestly think you're
This law has been used to prosecute a woman posting rap lyrics, some old men posting boomer memes in a private group chat, and a 20-year-old man who insulted a police officer. Look away if you're easily...
Wow. Wow. Who the fuck would want to live here?
Offended. This is really offensive and definitely worthy of a criminal conviction. Ready? Okay. He posted this. And...
Wow! He was criminally convicted for drawing a penis on a police officer.
This. And, of course, worth mentioning that a conviction for posting an edgy video online launched the career of Count Stankula of the Mum's Basement Independence Party. So, up yours, Tony.
Now, on their own, that's not so bad. I mean, sure, there are a few false arrests, but all of these people were either never charged or had their convictions overturned on appeal. And surely that's worth it to keep us safe from crime and stop bigots ruining everyone's day? What's the worst that could happen?
The Conservatives have built on these precedents to implement the most intrusive and wide-reaching surveillance laws ever passed in a democracy, giving a multitude of police and government organisations the power to silence dissent and investigate people without a warrant. Why did you give the Food Standards Agency the power to hack my phone for whatever reason and then be able to lie about it in court? Is my cooking really that bad? Just seems a little strange to me that the party that supposedly hates cancel culture and supports free speech, when given an opportunity to repeal these laws, just makes them worse by trying to ban legal but harmful online speech, by giving police power to shut down demonstrations, to impose location restrictions, noise restrictions, jailing protesters for holding onto things, and detaining anyone in the vicinity of a protest even if they weren't participating, by giving police power to arrest protesters for being a nuisance.
I hate waiting for things. It causes me genuine mental suffering. It makes me want to rip my hair out and peel off my skin or maybe set myself on fire. Waiting for a bus, train or package feels like the worst thing ever. I wish I could skip forward in time.
I think it's all mindset, dude. It's really not that bad having to wait. So maybe just get yourself a Steam Deck and you know, just chill out, play some video games while you're waiting for something. Thanks for the donation though, Dreamzation.
I'm from and live in the UK and half of this video is bullshit and way overblown. The UK economy is different depending which areas you live. Jerry, in the UK the north is cheaper, the south is more expensive. This guy is overflowing and cherry picking.
Maybe a little bit, but if we're generalizing, and some of these do seem to be generalizing things like average income, it's still bad. You shouldn't have like 40% of kids in some regions of the UK living in poverty. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycom.
Do you even know what a protest is? We're building a country where the government can introduce a whole host of policies meant to curb the freedom of transgender people, but a tweet in support of these policies gets you arrested? No word of opposition from the opposition either. They supported these laws. Labour are just as authoritarian as the Tories. They just want better funding for public transport. I know it's kind of unpopular in left and liberal circles to stand up for freedom of speech, considering the movement has been co-opted by boneheads waving flags. Wait, what the hell is this guy doing? But if you don't stand up for freedom of speech, even the freedom of unsympathetic...
Jerry Donate Tellers, you think Stephanie Buttermore might have had an eating disorder? Stephanie Buttermore. Oh, her. Yeah, I mean, hasn't she admitted that she had, like, disordered eating? She, like, severely restricted her caloric intake, like, constantly. And she was constantly hungry and miserable and shit. So, yeah, I mean, probably. Thanks for the donation, though, Jerry.
Pathetic idiots, then the same laws will one day be used against you and the causes you support. See how French police have the power to outright ban all protests in support of Palestine under the guise of anti-racism. That's coming here if we don't put a stop to this illiberal nonsense.
To be fair, the pro-Palestinian protests are just fucking retarded cancer. If there are any protests that should be banned, it has to be the fucking pro-Palestine protests.
Before you know it, we're living in some kind of dystopian society where the government could put you in jail for publishing information that makes them look bad. The UK has some of the most restrictive laws on what you can eat, drink or smoke out of any European country, and that's because of public health advocacy groups. It started in 2007 with the smoking ban. Now everyone agrees smoking is bad and should be discouraged, but the ban on smoking was far stricter than bans in most other countries. We could have been more like Germany or Austria or Sweden, where pubs could choose if they wanted a smoking room. Not.
Okay, this is idiotic. Smoking in any public establishment should be banned. You're putting workers at risk if you allow for smoking rooms. It's stupid. It should be banned outright in any public venue.
In Soviet Britain, smoking in all establishments was banned completely. It melted our brain.
Yeah, they did that in Canada too. Initially we had smoking sections in restaurants, but we ended up outright banning it. There's no way, like, I haven't heard a good argument that there should be smoking rooms in some of these establishments.
And changed the way Brits think about what the government should even be allowed to do in regards to our personal lives. Now, to be clear, I don't care about smokers. Your choices are stupid and enjoy your lung cancer. But I know that how the state treats smokers is the canary in a coal mine for how it will treat other unhealthy things that the rest of us can actually enjoy in moderation in ways that don't hurt other people. Because from this came banning cat, spice and nos, banning buy one get one free offers, banning chocolate near checkouts, banning flavoured vapes, banning disposable vapes, banning big wine glasses, taxes on sugar, taxes on alcohol. The Welsh Government want to ban meal deals, a cross-party committee of MPs has recommended banning microwave dinners, another campaign wants to ban fast food joints within a 5-minute radius of schools. Some campaigners even propose putting a cap on the amount of sugar the country can import. You know who else wanted to stop the British importing sugar? The Nazis. None of this nonsense would be seriously considered if...
I'm actually a little conflicted on this topic because you can look at these things like meal deals, where they place chocolate bars like around checkout places. They've also tried to do this other thing where they'll sell like very extremely large chocolate bars or like massive bags of potato chips and then call it like a family pack, knowing that a single person is going to eat this. It's not something that you share with a group of people. And you could consider this a type of corporate violence that encourages things like obesity and causing, these public health issues. So I'm a little conflicted. Like, yeah, on one side, there is like a personal decision that you're making to eat these foods. But on the other hand, corporations understand human behavior and they're taking advantage of this. And they're marketing food in a way and placing food in certain areas that massively increases the risk of you overeating, overindulging, and becoming like fat and obese. So I don't know what the right solution is exactly, but like the idea that there isn't a kind of corporate violence being enacted on people that should probably be regulated and checked by the government. I think that idea that, oh yeah, corporations can do whatever they want in terms of marketing, advertising, and it's just your personal decision, that's bullshit. Like, again, there's a reason why we banned the tobacco industry from advertising. It's because we know advertising works. We know it manipulates people, and we know it's going to violate your ability to make a personal decision, which is why we banned cigarette advertisements. So again, this idea that we should just let corporations run amok, do whatever the fuck they want when it comes to advertising food, cigarettes, alcohol, that's just total bullshit.
This guy be's a fucking lying cherry-picking cunt making up lies if he hates the UK, so cooch fuck off to Afghanistan. Honestly VG, this video is way over the top and not fully truthfully, so fuck this retard.
I'm not sure how misleading this video is. Like, this isn't misleading exactly. This is just, this part we're on is an opinion. So he can't really support any of this with facts. This is just his opinion. Some of what he's saying about the NHS is true. I know that. Some of the stuff he said about the legal system, with like lawyers making £12,000 a year, that's misleading. So yeah, some of it is misleading or misinformation.
If the smoking ban was not so harsh. The proponents of the smoking ban assured everyone that this would be the limit of government regulation. They didn't want to ban smoking, just restrict it to private residences. They lied. The incessant campaigning of big public health means a total ban on smoking is scheduled for next year, the only country in the world that is doing this. So if these paternalists say they don't want to ban takeaways or alcohol or coke or birthday cake or chewing gum, they are lying. That's what they've been working towards. They don't think...
I think an outright ban on cigarette smoking is stupid. Especially if they're not going to ban alcohol. But, yeah, again, this idea that we shouldn't we shouldn't do things to prevent corporations from taking advantage of people. That's idiotic.
People should be allowed to make the choice to do something unhealthy. Who doesn't love a greasy kebab after a night on the town? Who doesn't see the value in a refreshing pint on a summer afternoon? These guys. If they had their way, all of these things would be banned. And there's no practical justification. They claim it is to reduce pressure on the NHS because of obesity and other related illnesses, but the biggest pressure on the NHS isn't obesity, it's old people being old. And now we have a drug that cures obesity. These laws aren't necessary anymore. If you become morbidly Mr. Beast, just take the injection.
Yeah, so that is true. If Ozempic actually... Hopefully this happens, and I think it will likely happen. If Ozempic gets on the... what is it? Why am I having trouble finding the word? It's not generalized, it's... Fuck. Yeah, if they make a generic form of Ozempic and they're able to sell it at or near cost, the requirement to make these regulations when it comes to food advertisement and this like attempt to tax, you know, certain food products like sugary drinks, it probably wouldn't be necessary anymore because people would just be able to take a drug to regulate their food intake. But hopefully they make generic forms of Ozempic, and obviously as these drugs get perfected and improved over time, you know, side effects are minimized and shit. Sengoku donated $2. The same people who will fearmonger about diet sodas being unhealthy are the same people who think butter, whole eggs, red meat are healthy. Human beings are the most intelligent, unintelligent creatures on Earth. Yeah. We really are. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Not sure if you have seen the first 10 minutes of Moist Critical Dating 20 Girls on the other channel. It's cringe because Charlie says yes to every woman and then they all start denying him for being too nice. Is it possible to date as a short man?
When women say this, they're not saying, I don't like you because you're too nice. They're saying that because they know you're either a liar or a pushover. No one is too nice. Like, if you've ever had any kind of close relationship with somebody, the first time you meet them, they'll seem like very nice, very generous, extremely polite. But then when you start to talk to them, go out with them, stuff like that, you'll notice that they aren't really nice. They're being nice to get something out of you. Or they're like some kind of weird simp pushover who feels like they need to please everybody. And again, they're doing this because they're trying to make up for some sort of inadequacy they think they have. It's kind of like dudes who will spend thousands of dollars on an OnlyFans model. They're not being nice just because they're nice. They're being nice because they want something out of you. They're giving you thousands and they're giving like thousands of dollars to these chicks because they think, oh, she'll talk to me, she'll like me, she'll go out with me. If I spend this amount of money, then she'll finally date me. They're not doing this because they're nice. So when chicks say, oh, you're too nice, they're saying, well, I think you're a fucking liar because nobody acts like this. No real human being is going to be perfectly polite, perfectly nice, perfectly generous. So there's either something seriously wrong with them, where they're doing this to make up for some sort of inadequacy and they're like super insecure, which is not somebody you'd want to date, or they're doing this to be a manipulative liar to get something out of you. So girls have no problem with nice men. They have a problem with men who are manipulative or super insecure and they're trying to get something out of them. And that's exactly what Charlie is. He's a manipulative, toxic little shit. And I know this personally because of all the fucking lies and bullshit he said about me. And women pick up on this. So yeah, he's not having dating problems because he's short. He's having dating problems because he's a manipulative, lying jackass. Thanks for the donation though, Hercule.
You think we could have an optimal progressive tax policy while also having consumption tax on like retarded sugary shit? Like theoretically scale back lower and middle class taxes a little to make way for more targeted taxes like that? Or just slap thos on top?
Think we could have an optimal progressive tax policy while also having consumption tax on like retarded sugary shit. Scale back lower and middle class taxes a little to make way for more targeted tax. No. If you were to make up for lowering income tax by taxing things like sugary drinks, alcohol, stuff like that, that's going to have a predictive effect on consumption of things like soft drinks, junk food, alcohol. So it's not a reliable way to actually generate tax revenue. The reason why you impose taxes on things like cigarette smoking, alcohol, sugary drinks is to, one, disincentivize people from buying that in the first place, and then two, put that money back into healthcare so that you can make up for the kind of deficit it creates in healthcare spending. So I think we could have a better progressive tax system by just taxing wealthier people more. The poor and middle class are definitely overtaxed, and the super wealthy are definitely undertaxed. But yeah, trying to make up for lowering income tax by taxing vice goods probably wouldn't work. Thanks for that donation, though, retard.
Ha 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 ha, case closed I guess. Dr. Disrespect doesn't acknowledge any wrongdoing.
Jake, seriously, I get it. It's a hot topic, but this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract. Well, who knows? Who fucking knows? Like, if Dr. Disrespect was talking to a minor and saying things like, you're really sexy, damn, you're cute, oh, I'd love to kiss you, and then had an interest in meeting up with this girl, he didn't technically break the law. It's only if you're doing something like sexually propositioning a minor, where you have plans to actually have sex with a minor, and if you carry out those plans, that's what's illegal. But if you were to sext a minor, I don't think that in and of itself is actually illegal. If you send nude photographs to a minor, that's illegal. I could be wrong on this. You might want to talk to a lawyer, but I think if you tell a minor, oh, wow, you're really sexy, I like the way you look, I don't think that's actually technically illegal. So Twitch might have seen some of these conversations he was having with a minor, and they decided to terminate his contracts on those grounds, but he didn't do anything illegal, so they would have still had to have like compensated him for violating their end of the contract. So who knows? There could still be some truth to the story that he was sexting a minor. It's as far as I understand, there's only certain things that can actually get you in legal trouble if you're having inappropriate conversations with a minor. it would be one, planning to make some sort of sexual contact, or two, sending them like nude photographs. So like either photos of yourself nude or videos of porn. That would be illegal. But if Dr. Disrespect was just saying to a 15-year-old girl, wow, you're really fucking hot, damn, wish you were like 18 or something like that, and oh, I'll see you at TwitchCon, that's not something that's illegal. It's definitely bad, but it's not something that's illegal. So there could still be some truth to the story of Dr. Disrespect sexting a minor. I have no idea, though. I'd have to see some more proof. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
You might say, this is all an overreaction. Why am I dying on this hill defending Coca-Cola and Tesco Caterpillar cake? Because it's just one of the many death by 1,000 cuts that is making Britain a more boring place to live. Ditching Wi-Fi on trains because it is unaffordable, your local swimming pool removing the water slides due to budget constraints, closing museum exhibits, changing the inside of passports to remove the ships and trains and other British achievements for boring geometric shapes. Once you see this, you can't unsee it. A nation of nothing.
It can't be done! It can't be done, you haven't a chance, there isn't a possible way. The chains will mend, the girders snap, the thing will blow away. What's more, we can't afford the price, it's rather high, you see. And he replied, it's great, you fools, and I am IKB.
This decade is an era of both crisis and prosperity. We live on the verge of quantum computers, nuclear fusion, DNA editing, life extension, Mars missions, and vaccines for cancer that will hugely improve our quality of life. But we will also enter a world of hyper-realistic AI video, robotic warfare, huge shifts in culture driven by faceless algorithms, and where anyone with $15,000 and a biology degree can print the next bubonic plague. An emerging China rivals the United States. An aggressive Russia threatens Europe. They have big plans for the world, plans that are in opposition to Western liberal democracies. The first and foremost point of a government at its very core is to protect the citizenry from external threats. This weakened country will fail to do so if we're not prepared. And we're not prepared. It is entirely possible to build a modern, functional and prosperous state outside of the European Union. Take a look at Norway or Switzerland. But it does require a lot of effort and a lot of big thinking. It's a do or die project, and our politicians of all colours have chosen die. British politics is so petty and small-minded that it even has a name: managed decline. At best, this is just tweaking small bits at a time to gently guide the ship of state onto the ocean floor. I mean, can you really imagine Vladimir Putin or Emmanuel Macron giving a public address to celebrate banning phones in schools?
One of the biggest issues
Fuck. This should be the work of a low-level cabinet minister, not the leader of a country with nuclear weapons. And at worst, it's intentionally ruining the few remaining strengths of the UK. Heathrow Airport is the busiest airport in all of Europe, an important centre for European tourism and transit. But building a third runway? Impossible. God damn it, it's the Town and Country Planning Act again, isn't it? While other hot tourist destinations let visitors shop tax-free to encourage tourism, the UK hits them with a 20% tax on all purchases. The Premier League is the most valuable football league in the world. The Conservatives have sabotaged this by introducing a pointless regulator that does all the same things as the Premier's own internal regulator and turns football from a fucking game into a political issue. So now politicians are going to be interviewed about the rulings of football games than the actual issues of the day. Britain has been a free-trading, seafaring, buccaneering nation for centuries. In a world where power and influence are won more with container ships than at the barrel of a gun, if Britannia is to assert herself in this changing world...
The Incredible Hulk donated $2. When women say they only wear makeup for themselves, do you think they're capping? Well, they obviously don't. So, no. You don't just wear makeup only for your own interests purely. Thanks for the donation, though, The Incredible Hulk.
She must relearn to rule the waves. That means building ports up and down the country, expanding the navy, securing more trade agreements, because wouldn't it be awesome if we could walk into any supermarket and be faced with an overwhelming choice of produce from every country in the world? Unfortunately, the UK's largest port is in a sleep...
The fuck? Dress codes in schools are to protect the students from the teachers, not other students. What are you fucking talking about? Are you saying dress codes prevent teachers from sexually assaulting students? Are you from the Middle Ages? You realize people who are like rapists and sexual abusers, they don't really care what clothes you're using.
Sleepy coastal town 2 hours away from London. The proposed expansion of Felixstowe took 19 years to get approval because of the Town and Country Planning Act. In the same time, our great geopolitical rival China, which the Tories love to talk about how seriously they're taking it, have more than doubled the number of ports under their control, either by building their own or buying terminals in over 50 countries. There are currently 0 plans to expand British port capabilities. For £18,000, you can give up a year of your life, 24 hours a day in service of His Majesty's Navy, being sent halfway across the planet from your friends and family to fight pirates. Or you can stack shelves at Tesco for a few days a week. I know which one I would choose. The Royal Navy has been so underfunded and soldiers so...
Skip to 4:34 and 35 seconds. Lol, hands down most Skinwalker Reddit blob shit I've ever seen.
Let me see. Four 34:35.
Oh, if I get super sunburn, I'll be fucking miserable ass mad on my first day. I look fucking retarded trying to keep my shit covering my hands and my neck.
I hope so. I did, yeah.
Trying to make it down this stupid fucking...
Well, the crazy sellers have to...
This is steeper than it looks, okay? Trust me, you'll see in a minute.
So...
Okay, sometimes I feel like you guys reveal that you don't go outside as much as you pretend to. You get sunburned on your hands? Yes, motherfucker. What do you mean? Yes.
Isn't Destiny like half Cuban?
Crip walking right now. Hold on, watch these motherfuckers down here.
Yeah.
They think they're all clever, skipping ahead. Okay? Watch this.
Okay. Okay. You're not supposed to do these things. We're going. But there's idiots who absolutely will. There we go. Beautiful.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody struggle so much to walk down a hill.
Making look like what I do look really like Indiana Jones-ish. Like, it's not what I normally do. This was like a weird fluke.
And she did it so gracefully.
Wait. Did Yobel cut the fall? You motherfucker. Loner Boxer Court, or did I miss it? Was I reading chat? One of them fell when they were trying to walk down this, okay? That's why I'm going slow. Alright, fuck you guys. Hi. Oh, Loner Box already fell. I was looking at chat. Fuck.
At this point I feel like these guys are posting this shit because they know it gets negative attention. Attention is attention. But it's fucking stupid, bro.
Let me take a look. 140 has moved easier than expected. Zero. So, I don't know who the fuck does 1 rep maxes with dumbbells. I think you're probably special needs. And he's doing it with either, yeah, I think those are reps. And his ass lifted way the fuck off the bench. Yeah, that is straight up fucking 0. I don't know why like... Oh yeah, I fucking love this shit. Dude, that's hilarious. He even has trouble keeping his ass on the bench on fucking decline. Dude, this is just pathetic. Yeah, I don't know, man. Some people go to the gym to get stronger. Some people go to the gym to inflate their ego. Thanks for that, Nation Killing Titan.
Underpaid that there is now a shortage of troops. 2 ships have been retired due to lack of staff, and the government is now resorting to LinkedIn for retired rear admirals to command vessels. Within 10 years, the UK will become the only advanced country without the facilities to make steel from raw materials. We are shutting down all the blast furnaces. So if there is a war, like right now, and we need submarines and ships to defend ourselves, like right now, where are we going to get the steel from, Rishi? Will I have to pull shopping trolleys out of my local river to make aircraft carriers with? Oxford and Cambridge are still an engine of innovation.
Bloody Poips donated $2.
Oi, mate. I see you looking at me there, mate. It's time to smoke a fucking pipe. Time to smoke a bloody pipe. Mate, I've been smoking these pipes all day, mate. All bloody day. It's time to smoke. It's time to smoke.
Let's Sam Hyde. Thanks for the donation, Bloody Poips. One of the fucking weirdest Sam Hyde skits was that pee guy. Yeah, peeing Michael.
Pee. But I'm peeing Michael. If I had a girlfriend, I would pee on her face. She couldn't say no because I could kill her. Boy pee is good for you. Girl pee is toxic. That means it's poisonous. Don't drink it. I like to sneak in public and pee and masturbate where people will find my goo and pee-pee. But I have to be careful. Don't get caught, Michael, or you'll get in trouble. I'm peeing Michael. One time, Nurse Tracy caught me peeing on a dead rat. She got really mad. I told her it was a oopsie, and that it wasn't on purpose. But it was on purpose. I lied to Nurse Tracy. I'm 42 years old, so I shouldn't be at school, Nurse Tracy said. But school's the best because you can pee in the boys' room and the girls' room. When the other boys at school make fun of me, I laugh because I know I could kill them with my pee. A man shouldn't cry. My dad cried once because when I was playing with my baby sister, I killed her by accident. That's a pretty big oopsie. We were playing with plastic bags and I held it over her head too long. That's when my dad cried, which is what you're not supposed to do as a man. He called me an abomination. Then to make him feel better, I gave him a glass of my pee. But it made him madder. He threw the glass of pee at me. The glass broke and cut my face. That's why my face isn't handsome anymore. It's because the glass cut my face. I used to be handsome, but then my dad got mad and my face was cut and now I'm ugly. Do you like me? I know I am bad, but I would feel better if you said you liked me. Will you say it now into the computer screen so I feel better? Say you like peeing Michael. Say you like peeing Michael. Please say it now. If you don't say it, I'll kill you with a plastic bag full of pee-pee.
Yeah, that was a fucking weird one.
The peeing Michael voice.
We'll get into that soon.
Yeah. Paul says you should play the next game as peeing Michael.
Have people watched? I don't know if people have watched The Great War in its entirety. I think they should, though.
Well, when it first
It's a
came
great
out,
holiday flick.
When it first came out, there was
There was some backlash.
There's a little bit of backlash, but now anytime it's brought up, it's very positive.
It's
So
a
I think
favorite.
People are finally getting it.
Just like peeing Michael will be one day.
Yeah. Leroy, since 5. When are we going to see Peeing Michael Part 2?
Peeing Michael has a whole sort of story arc that we're going to release.
Yeah, there's more than people would expect.
Should we play? Well, we'll play some.
Yeah. Well, is that... Depends on what you're trying to play on YouTube.
I'll just play the audio.
Okay.
Oh, man. Men like you that will
and scientific achievements, their universities remain two of the best universities in the world, and the UK takes the silver medal when foreign students are asked where they'd most like to study. Right in between them is Milton Keynes, a major high-tech manufacturing hub. Many countries would kill for an arrangement like this, yet Britain's small-minded thinking is squandering that gift. British neuroscientists and quantum computers are paid as little as $50,000 per year. Astronauts with a PhD, fluent in Russian and with dual US citizenship, paid a mere $40,000. Engineers in the United States are...
That's hard to believe. UK astronaut salary. Oh, what the fuck? These include experience and their specific roles within the space agency. On average, the basic salary for a newly selected astronaut starts at £40,000. Experienced astronauts can earn up to £86,000. That still doesn't sound like nearly enough.
Are paid to double what they are in Britain. In 2017, a single computer virus took down the entire NHS overnight. How will it survive an AI virus that learns its own weaknesses and patches them up as it proliferates? How would our energy infrastructure cope with a huge cyber attack of the kind inflicted on Ukraine during this war? The answer is that it wouldn't. Because it can't. Housing Secretary Michael Gove, a man who makes me ashamed to be a Michael, finally did something in his 14-year career of making things worse and proposed doubling the size of Cambridge by building 150,000 new homes around the city. This would, in theory, double the output of the city and double the amount of scientific achievement. And maybe then we can finally catch up with the USA and Germany and China and be more than just a collection of hedge funds with a Bulgaria stapled to it. The local Member of Parliament, Conservative by the way, objected to this proposal of more scientific advancement and free investment money on the grounds that Cambridge didn't have the reservoir capacity to supply drinking water to all the new residents that would move there. So let's talk about the reservoirs. Can we talk about the reservoirs, Mac? I mean, dying to talk about the reservoirs. From 1970 to 1980, Britain built 10 new reservoirs. That's one per year. Since 1992, Britain has built 0 reservoirs. Yet the population has gone up by 10 million people. To build a new water reservoir, the MP said, would take up to 20 years. 20 years to dig a hole in the ground and wait for it to rain. On an island where it does nothing except rain. So we can't have a super futuristic technology hub, we can't build smartphones, we can't program robots or build supersonic jets, or even build enough houses so that people have somewhere to live. Oh, don't bother creating a better society, guys, because we're...
You donated $2, let me see. The fuck is this? Shot peen? This company is called Shot Peen? Okay. Thanks for the donation, E.
We're too lazy to build a reservoir. We're rationing water now in a supposed first world country. But it's okay, because Rishi Sunak has unveiled he's spending £1 million on 100 new chess sets in parks up and down the country. Nowhere has this utter failure. 100 chess sets. That's it. That's your latest, greatest policy on how to fix the country. 100 chess. No, it's actually 100 chess boards. They're not even going to give us the pieces. Can't you at least give us the knights? You seem to have a lot of them, considering how many f***ing L's this government keeps taking. Nowhere has this utter failure to become a modern country been more evident in the fight around HS2, the most rudimentary of 21st century transport that we just can't seem to get right. The actual building of the track is actually proceeding on time and on budget. It's just getting to that stage that costs so much. Every mile of track is ferociously debated, discussed, subject to committee meetings, costing analysis, public scrutiny, local hearings and objections from environmentalist groups, hugely ballooning the cost. After 15 years under construction, the 140 miles of railway line is set to be completed by 2045. 21 years until I can hop on HS2 and visit the newly opened Cambridge Reservoir. Even by the time the project comes to fruition, we will still have less high-speed rail than Romania, Greece and Serbia. The government could write a law tomorrow that fixes all of this. If they really did care about making a success of Brexit, if they really were serious about governing the country, there would be an all-out mobilisation of every aspect of government to make Britain into a country...
Do I like chai tea? No. Chai tea is just kind of lame.
...fit for the 21st century. But they won't. Okay, look, I don't care.
Let me tell you a story. Once there was Fag who lived in a tree. He had superpowers. He would fly around the city at night shifting out used condoms on people. Oh, how they loved it. Then one day he put a gerbil in his ass. Then he died. The end.
That was a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate the donation, Thurman Merman.
Care if it costs £1 trillion. I don't care if it makes 1,000 species of rare squirrel extinct. HS2 has to be built as a matter of principle, because if it doesn't, it is over for large structural change in this country. Whether you're on the left or the right, whether you want to reopen the steel factories or build a fleet of...
I really don't want to talk about this. Immigrants didn't elect this corrupt government. Immigrants didn't brutalise the poor or take away our freedoms. Immigrants didn't prevent us from building infrastructure. We did all that to ourselves. But lucky for the pro-immigration side, the anti-immigration side...
Are you not posting motovlogs as a way of protest? Just haven't done it yet.
...is utterly incompetent. In 2010, the Tories promised to get the number of immigrants below 100,000 per year. In 2022, it was over 700,000.
Holy shit. Why did they do this?
Nice one. Migrants are being housed in hotels, country clubs, private lettings, or...
Why?
just dumping them on the streets of London. This is for an immigration system that is half as busy as it was 20 years ago. Now there's this conspiracy theory that the Tories are secretly left-wing and this is all a master plan to destroy the country with immigrants because of wokeness, but the real answer is that the Tories are definitely right-wing and definitely anti-immigration. They're just stupid motherfucker. When France offered to build a migrant processing facility in Calais for the UK, operated by British workers, the Conservatives said no. Instead, the Tories sent £9 million of taxpayer money to Albania to improve the country and stop people wanting to leave. The money will be spent on a huge new hydroelectric dam, industrial parks, environmental schemes and leisure facilities for Albanians. By the way, 213,000 children in the UK could be living with lead poisoning because of faulty plumbing in over 1
I've never heard of anything more insane in my life. Give £9 billion pounds to another country to improve their infrastructure rather than just using that money for yourselves? Why?
100 schools. Not enough money to fix that, though, obviously. How do they get away with it? The pro-immigration side of the debate are so bad at arguing their case. They often avoid very real concerns people might have about immigration with dismissive, twee-sounding memes. I think you'll find that fish and chips are actually Portuguese, your car is German, and your coffee is Italian. I'll have you know my wife is French and she's lovely. Are you stupid? Racists aren't worried about French women, they're worried about tens of thousands of young men from some of the poorest countries in the world. Pretty hypocritical of the British to spend 200 years colonising the world and then complain about foreigners in your country? Jesus Christ, we're trying to make immigrants look good, not compare them to the fucking Amritsar massacre. Most people lie somewhere in the middle. They want more high-skilled and educated immigration, but lower levels of other forms of migration. That's fair, but whether you want a liberal or restrictive immigration system, you can't have it if there isn't a system at all. The 2010 to 2024 Conservative government will go down in history as the worst British government since the Irish famine of the 1840s. Because unlike, say, the Thatcher government, who at the very least had an ideological motive, the current government have not and have never had any reason behind what they are doing. They've just been winging it this whole time.
Many on the left would be shocked by how apolitical most of the Conservative Party is. There is currently no theory in Conservative politics. One former MP once told me that when he asked his association why they had picked him for a safe seat, he was told, "It was the lovely way you spoke about your wife at the selection." Many MPs come to Parliament without any real belief other than a view that good things are good and we should do more of them, and bad things are bad.
All that they do isn't because of some kind of deep-seated ideological belief. It's because they're bored.
Now, I don't want to be a complete and utter killjoy, but I've just run the gauntlet here at Tesco's in Haslingden with my...
Not sure if you've seen this. Palestine protesters are stupid. Check it out if you want.
Let me see. I do know Palestinian protesters are stupid.
You got from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What does that mean?
Well, it's quite self-explanatory. Needs to be...
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it? Because I guess what I mean is, how would that come about? What would happen to the Israelis, etc.?
I don't.
Seem like
I'm trying to think of how to word it. Isn't it just as self-explanatory as the area of land? It's Palestine's land.
Yeah. So when you say Palestine, which bit do you mean?
Yeah, the Gaza Strip.
The Gaza Strip?
The West Bank.
West Bank?
Yeah.
That's it?
I don't know. Is there another
I thought it was self-explanatory. I'm getting confused now. I thought it was self-explanatory. What about you?
So this is a crypto-fascist movement that is designed to bring about the destruction of Israel and cause a second Holocaust. The reason why they use this bullshit, like from the river to the sea, is anybody who's not read up on history of the region won't know what it actually means. So they get them to say these things to promote these ideas without anybody really knowing what it means, because if anybody knew what it means, nobody would support it. It literally means second Holocaust, destruction of Israel, millions of Jews being killed. So no reasonable people support this shit. So crypto-fascist movements use these sorts of vague terms or terms that most people don't understand to propagate their ideas, because that's the only way they'll propagate. If people knew what they meant, these ideas wouldn't propagate.
What are you?
Bullshit question.
It's a bullshit question. Why? Well, tell me, why is it bullshit?
I'm not fucking getting involved in this, but it's so like inflammatory. Right? No, it's just really inflammatory.
Asking what that sign means
is
inflammatory. Why is that?
I'm not getting involved.
Okay. All right. I didn't say anything. I was just asking what it meant.
Oh.
Do you agree with the sign?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course.
And what does it mean to you?
Palestinians to be free, you know?
Well, it says Palestine, so I was asking them which bit of the area.
Yeah, the people that are being oppressed, for them to be free, you know? Gaza, West Bank, them people to be free, yeah.
Gaza and West Bank?
Yeah, all Palestinians in general, you know, because we know that what's going on. All of them are being oppressed, so for them to be free, you know, it's nothing, you know, it's clear as day, you know?
Yeah. Well, I was just asking them which bit of the land they mean, because some people mean all of the land, including the bit where Israel is now. And that's why there's some debate about, you know, what that means.
I think the main message is Palestinians that are being oppressed, for them to be free, you know, and for everyone to live in harmony, regardless of your religion or whatever it is. Because historically speaking, we say Muslims, Jews, Christians have been living there for centuries, you know, living in good peace. But when early in recent times, all of this issue has been going on, you know. But I think it's
how long would you say this issue's been going on?
As far as I know, obviously I'm not as educated on this topic, for example, with other people, but for roughly around 75 years, since I think the mandate from 45, just before, after World War, I think is when the issues, you know, when the British came and started cutting up lands and taking the lands of the Palestinians, I think that's when the issue.
Guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. It was the UN who made the mandate, not the British, and Palestinians weren't going to have their homes taken away. They just decided to fight in a war that they lost, and then they were removed from their homes.
Started, you know.
Well, yeah, before that you had the Ottoman Empire there, which had very strong control over the area. Yeah, that makes sense.
Any attack on civilians is not justified, you know, regardless of whatever happened, you know. But I think the issue really should, what is the origin of this problem, you know? History has not started October 7, you know? We have to see the real origin of this was, as I said, 75 years ago. Obviously, I'm not as educated on this topic, but...
Do you ever keep up with the NHL these days? No. I have no fucking idea what's going on in hockey.
Because what I see now is this whole issue is being portrayed as if civilization and history started from October 7th and onwards. But no, that's not the real, that's only aspect. The whole issue is obviously, as we said, from, you know, 70, 80 years ago.
We've had a few conversations with people, obviously. It's still self-explanatory, and when I asked them to explain it, didn't really happen. Build a new workers' party, a socialist alternative to Sunak and Starmer for a socialist intifada.
Yeah.
What's a socialist intifada?
If I'm being honest with you, I just got this at the stand over there.
Oh, okay.
I don't actually know the definition of the word intifada.
Okay.
Wow. People are literally randomly picking up protest signs, not knowing what any of it fucking means.
Okay.
But, I mean...
Do any of you know the definition of the word intifada? Stop bombing Gaza, that makes sense. What about that one? Yeah. And what does that mean?
Well, it means it's to stop the Israeli occupation of Palestine.
From which river to which sea?
River Jordan.
From
the west bank of River Jordan.
From the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea, yeah. So does that mean that all of Israel should be, what is now Israel, should be Palestine, in your opinion?
No, I personally don't think that. I think there's, I mean...
Then why are you holding up a sign that says from the river to the sea, you fucking moron?
I'm definitely not the person to talk to about this, but I know that there's multiple strategies that people have come up with, like a two-state solution.
Okay, yeah, all these people are just... There's no help for them. They're just irretrievably fucking stupid. I lurk Nazis, donate $2. It's so crypto-fascist, in fact, that this Nazi website has flyers for them. Scroll down. Let me see. DYMTV flyers. Every single aspect of the media is Jewish. ADL established in 1913 to protect a Jewish child murdering pedophile Leo Frank. Wow, yeah. Yeah, literal Nazi websites are handing out fucking, are creating flyers for the fucking pro-Palestine movement. Big surprise. Thanks for the donation, I lurk Nazis. Jared donated $2. She looked good for her age, question mark. Let me see.
Screen every day. I'm a 40-year-old board-certified dermatologist. That is the truth.
Oh yeah, I've seen her before. Yeah, she looks good for her age.
But most of you will not get used to using it every day if you don't use it every day. The way you find out is by opening your weather app, scrolling all the way down until you see the UV index. Anything below 3, you're safe. But anything above...
Yeah, she looks extremely good for her age. Thanks for the donation, Jared.
The kids past all the discounted toys only to see that the Easter Bunny is already on the shelf. Easter, 31st of March this year. Let me know in the comments below whether you think Easter is coming to our supermarkets and shops too early.
In 1914, at age 22, Harold Macmillan dropped out of Oxford University to command a troop of working-class men on the front lines of France. He was shot twice and played dead in a shell hole for 12 hours, reading a pocketbook of ancient Greek while he waited for help. The upper-class Anthony Eden earned himself a military cross at the Somme for carrying a wounded soldier to safety under heavy German fire. It's no surprise that when these men later became Conservative Prime Ministers in the 1950s, they presided over social democratic Britain, where taxes on the rich were high, social security was generous, and the gap between rich and poor was at its smallest in our nation's history. At age 22, Boris Johnson, David Cameron, Michael Gove, and the rest of the Tory leadership were finishing up at Oxford University. They've never had to interact with the povos, they've never set foot out of the timeless country villages into the brutalist post-industrial nothingscape that most of us live in. They grew up attending fancy private schools, learning about how their ancestors rode gallantly into battle, administered whole provinces of India by themselves, or guided the empire to victory in a world war. They probably felt like they were missing all the fun. That's what Brexit was about. It wasn't about building a strong sovereign Britain outside of the EU, or else they would have done that. Or at least tried to. It was about getting their photograph in a history textbook alongside their great-grandpa. And then, well, that's your legacy secured, really. Everything else is just killing time. Or at worst, engaging in corruption. Take, for example, Rishi Sunak, a millionaire so out of touch that he asks a homeless man if he works in business, whose wife is richer than the king and owns £700 million worth of
holy fuck
shares in her father's company Infosys, that refuses to stop paying taxes in Russia and is close businesses with oil giants BP and Shell. Infosys worked on blockchain technology with Alfa Bank, a Russian bank formerly run by Tory member Alexander Knasta. Until it was sanctioned in March 2022, the bank worked for the Russian government. The former deputy finance minister of Russia is married to a Tory member, who paid almost £300,000 for private meetings with Liz Truss and Boris Johnson. Boris received £27,000 worth of discount luxury food from a company owned by the wife of a Tory lord. That Tory lord is the owner of JCB, which David Cameron's government spent $700 million.
No. Zionists are stupid. And so is having the state of Israel on top of Palestine. Long live the resistance. Free Palestine.
Yep, keep telling Palestinians to wage war against Israel. They'll die that much faster. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
£1 million of taxpayer money advertising abroad. In 2013, David Cameron received a donation of £177,000 from the Russian PR company New Century Media, a company that had previously worked with the Russian government to promote a positive image of Russia in the UK. That same year, David Cameron appointed Dido Harding, his friend he met at university, to the House of Lords. Harding attends the same horse racing club in the town of former Secretary of Health Matt Hancock, who in 2020 appointed Harding as the head of the UK's COVID-19 testing system. The horse racing club was formerly controlled by Rose Patterson, the wife of Tory.
ABC $2, do you think an Israeli-Lebanon war could happen? It's possible. I'd say there's probably a 30% chance of it happening in the near future, so within the next, year or so. Right now, Israel probably doesn't want to have to engage in more regional conflicts, and they want to get the situation in Gaza settled before they do that. They're ramping up the missile strikes against Israel. Yeah, they are. But again, Israel's probably going to wait as long as they can before having to invade Lebanon.
Leader of the Hezbollah militant group has threatened a member of the European Union and warned nowhere in Israel will be safe if a fully fledged war breaks out between Israel and Lebanon. Tensions have been simmering on both sides of the border for months. Iran-backed militants have been launching rocket, missile and drone attacks to support Hamas in Gaza. They've increased in the past week after the death of a senior Hezbollah commander in an Israeli airstrike. In a televised address, Hassan Nasrallah says his group has new weapons and intelligence capabilities to target critical positions inside Israel, and it will fight with no rules and no limits. He also issued a warning to the island nation of Cyprus for the first time.
The Cypriot government must be warned that opening their airports and bases for the Israeli enemy to target Lebanon means that they have become part of the war, and Hezbollah will deal with it as part of the war.
Cyprus sits about 200 kilometres from Lebanon. The EU member has in the past allowed Israel to use its airspace for air drills, but not during times of conflict. It insists it's not involved in any military operations in the region. Hezbollah has drawn anger from Israel after publishing military is ready for an offensive and has approved operation.
We are completing the land and air readiness, strengthening the intelligence systems and preparing for any possibility. We have to remember the basic situation, that Hezbollah started a war against us, even if limited on the 8th of October, a day after Hamas, and since then it has not stopped it. And in that sense, we have an obligation to change the situation in the north.
Israel views Hezbollah as its most direct threat. The two fought a 34-day war in 2006 that ended in a stalemate. The US and Israel estimate Hezbollah and other Lebanese militant factions have since expanded their capabilities with an arsenal of about 150,000 missiles and rockets at their disposal. In northern Israel,
Yeah, so again, I think Israel's going to wait as long as they can to go to war with Hezbollah. But it's likely going to happen eventually. I'd be in full support of Israel invading Lebanon and destroying Hezbollah. They really need to just fucking annihilate every hostile nation in the region. Thanks for that donation, though, ABC.
Tory MP Owen Patterson, who was a consultant for the company Randox, who not only sponsors the Jockey Club, but was also given £500 million during the pandemic for testing and diagnostics. Hancock was eventually kicked out of his office for having an affair with intern Gina Coladangelo, who got the internship because her brother is the executive director of Partnering Health Limited, which was given a multi-million-pound contract for NHS Wales by who else but Rishi Sunak.
Wow. The UK government is insanely corrupt.
It turns out that 20% of all contracts issued in the COVID-19 pandemic for protective equipment, 20 billion in total, were awarded to companies headed by Conservative Party members.
What a surprise.
And this doesn't even scratch the tip of the iceberg. How do they get away with it? Surely there must be some kind of anti-corruption department to keep track of all this, right? Well, there is actually a guy called the Anti-Corruption Champion, but he resigned from the job 2 years ago and a successor was just never appointed. Also, he's a Tory MP. Also, he's married to Dido Harding. But would it all be so bad if this privately educated cabal of toffs were actually good at their job?
the MP accused of watching porn in the House of Commons.
He allegedly told a senior civil servant to slit your throat.
He is facing very serious allegations that he reportedly offered to lobby ministers on behalf of the gambling industry.
They have now made more than 100 referrals for fixed penalty notices as a result of those inquiries.
Does anyone ever say, you know what, you've done a good job because everyone else has sat on their and done nothing? No signs.
I have to say I was somewhat astonished by the speech of the shadow Home Secretary, who can't even get the name of the country right, talking about the Kigali government. We're talking about Rwanda. You know, respect a country that...
The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom interviewing the richest man in the world, talking about AI in the context of the James Cameron Terminator films. I can barely believe I'm saying all of this.
During his trial, the former health secretary had to crawl through a tunnel while covered in sludge and bugs.
Mr. Johnson compared himself to Moses. He also quoted Lenin.
Peppa Pig World is very much my kind of place.
Peppa the Pig World.
It has very safe streets.
These people were elected. Oh my God. What the hell?
Okay, I admit it. This video is slightly one-sided. So, in the interest of balance, we should at least let the Conservatives defend themselves. Judging by opinion polls, finding a genuine supporter of the current government is pretty unlikely. But there is a sect of disillusioned Conservatives who don't deny the problems we face, but suggest that the Tories are suffering from some kind of diminished responsibility. The argument goes...
Invading Lebanon wouldn't be a guaranteed war with Iran. Iran deliberately avoids participating in these conflicts directly for a reason. They know they'd probably lose a war with Israel, and the United States would also likely get involved, so it wouldn't be a guarantee that Iran would join the conflict.
Something like, well, for the first 5 years it was the coalition with the Lib Dems, and we were recovering from a worldwide financial crisis that affected all countries, not just us. And then there was Brexit, which took up too much of the government's calendar to do anything else. And then it was the pandemic, and now another global crisis that has hampered the Tories' ability to do what they really wanted. Oh, and the budget cuts didn't really do much anyway either. It's a productivity issue that started way before 2010. I think this is a pretty rotten excuse, because even if you agree that governments can't be held liable for things they didn't want to do because of unforeseen circumstances, it's a lie anyway. The Tories did want to do all this, because one demographic has consistently benefited from the Tories' rule, which convinces me that all these outcomes were a deliberate choice, not an accident. One demographic that have been immune from all the budget cuts and cruel assaults on our livelihoods. Old people. Specifically, wealthy old people. Since 2017, every single age group has taken a hit to their household income, except people over 65, who have faced no loss of income whatsoever. In fact, quite the opposite. If you were born in Britain before 1973, congratulations, you win. Britain will enter her twilight years just as you enter yours. All the horrible things discussed in this video don't apply.
Here's a montage of Trump published by the Biden-Harris social media accounts that you'll never see on Fox News. Lol, it's all fucking projection and confession with these maggots.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Yeah, he waves to literally nobody. He's very awkward in public. Yeah, but Joe Biden's the one with mental problems. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
This might be fun to review if you feel like it.
Let me see. We've already reacted to this full debate on stream. I think we did it like yesterday or something. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
To you. Let's look at some of the ways Britain is disproportionately catered towards the interest of middle and upper class old people. Pensions are triple locked. Each year the state pension grows by at least 2.5%, or to match the inflation rate, or the average national income, whichever is highest. And this is fine, but it's the only benefit that has this. And it's universal. The wealthy get free money just as much as the poor people who actually need it. The disabled, the unemployed, young carers, public sector employees and healthcare workers are all at the mercy of inflation and the generosity of the government to keep their payments above inflation. Most of the time they need to go on strike to get it. What this results in is pensioners having higher incomes than working age citizens for the first time in history. Half of young people support the construction of HS2, with only 10% opposed. In the over 65, the support is flipped, because you know the number one demographic that opposes building more housing and infrastructure? It's old people. It's always old people. Yeah. 20% of nightclubs have closed permanently since 2020.
Dodo donated $2. Is there anything in the world like the education system in the US?
There's always those 2 a.m. panic attacks where you're thinking, how the hell am I ever gonna...
$360,000 for a film degree. College cringe. Let me see. Bro, you're broke. Ramsey show highlights.
Pay this off, said 29-year-old Zach of New Jersey, who earned a Master of Fine Arts in Film for Columbia in 2018 and praised the quality of the program. His graduate school loan balance now stands at nearly $300,000. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is that place in Stranglethorn Vale where they have put the shipwreck. I don't really have any corporate cringe for you today. It's more like college cringe, where we're going to take a look at people who are financially...
Okay, I mean... Who in the fuck is taking out a college loan for, like, a $300,000 film degree? It's kind of like literally shooting your own foot off with a shotgun and being like, oh my god! Like, yeah, okay, well, you shot your foot off. You deliberately loaded the gun, pointed at your foot, pulled the trigger. Like, alright. This isn't particularly interesting to me. I mean, anybody could have told you this is stupid.
Brought to you by the EveryDollar app. Start budgeting for free today.
Let's talk to Matt in Pittsburgh, PA. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, I am 23 years old, and I am $157,000 in student loan debt.
Yikes!
I just don't know how to get out of it.
What'd you study, brother?
I was originally engineering, but switched to biochemistry, and therefore lost my academic scholarship, and now I'm this far in debt.
What do you do for a living now?
I work as a medical lab tech at a hospital here in Pittsburgh.
What are you earning?
I'm sorry?
What are you earning?
Take home is about $2,600 a month.
Okay. Do you have any other debt?
The fuck? Bro, who the hell... Like some of this is just... You get into $150,000 worth of college loan debt, and then you work for a job where you only bring home $2,600 a month. Like you can literally make more money doing Uber. There are people who are vegan too. They have vegan fucking channels who do Uber Eats, and they're bicycle couriers. They go around on their bicycle doing Uber Eats orders, and they're making around $4,000 or $5,000 a month doing Uber Eats orders. What are people thinking?
No.
Okay. What's your living situation?
I'm currently renting an apartment with roommate.
Roommates? Okay, so what are you paying in rent every month?
With utilities, $550.
$550? Okay, good. Okay, good news is your rent is in a good spot. What else do you have? No car payment, nothing like that, right?
No.
Okay, so the good news is,
bro, if this guy is taking home $2,600 per month, he's paying $550 for rent. He has like what, about $2,000 extra in disposable income. So if we were to assume this guy has no other expenses, he'd spend like over a decade. Even, yeah, what would it be? $150,000 in loan debt. Assuming he has no other expenses, like no food or anything else, that's $2,000 per month he can set aside. That would be... Yeah, it would take him 75 months or 6.5 years to pay that off, and obviously you can't do that. He probably has maybe $500 to $1,000 per month to put aside. Like, if he really fucking buckles down and basically, like, eats cockroaches off his floor to save money on food, this guy is gonna be paying off his loans for, like, over a decade.
Russia has 20 years long contracts signed with Assad. Russia gets Syrian oil and gas almost for free, while Syrians starve to death, in return for protection. Ukraine is fighting there now. World War II close?
The war in Ukraine, conflicts in the Middle East, and Africa are about to have a cross. They could have where the Israelis before Ukraine do recently by the Wagner.
Okay, it's not a very interesting video. Stop asking me about World War III. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Bro, check out Trump when he was pro-Palestine while being next to Netanyahu LMFAO.
By the fate of I was saddened by the fate of the Palestinian people.
Look at Netanyahu's face.
Palestinian people, of the Palestinian people.
They
deserve a far better life. They deserve the chance to achieve their extraordinary potential. Palestinians have been trapped in a cycle of terrorism, poverty, and violence, exploited by those seeking to use them as pawns to advance terrorism and extremism.
Well, he wasn't necessarily being pro-Palestinian. He kind of was, but he was blaming Hamas. So, that's pretty funny, though. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
Is you don't have a lot of other expenses that are pulling away from your ability to pay this debt off. So many people find themselves, and I just kind of want to paint this picture for you because it'll make you a little bit more grateful, because so many people find themselves in this situation where it's like, hey, I have $157,000 of debt, but I'm also married with kids and a mortgage and credit card debt and car notes. So it's really hard to make that traction because all of their money is just going away every single month. The good news is you've got at least half of your income should be at your disposal. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, with the minimum payments and the rent, I don't have much wiggle room, like with groceries and gas and everything.
What are you spending on groceries and gas for a single guy?
Groceries, I can get my bill to like $200 a month, and then gas Probably about, I want to say like $250 a month.
Okay. And then does your job take out insurance and everything like that? Do you have that benefit?
Yeah.
Okay. So what else are you, what's another big expenditure that you have going out every month?
It's just the minimum payments for the student loans.
Okay. So they're all broken up. How many are there?
Well, there's 4 privates and the federal loan. So I'm paying $1,212 every month towards the private loan and about $250 for the federal.
Okay.
Jade, the big elephant in the room here is I don't see a possible way forward with him only making $31,000 a year.
Yeah, he's got to get his income up.
Bro, what's your end goal here? You quit being an engineer to get a biochem degree. You're obviously a smart young man. Like, what's the goal here?
Well, my problem is that I feel kind of stuck where I am in my job right now because I'd have to go get a further degree in order to move up.
Yeah, that's what I mean is, like, you're better off right now going to try to get a manager's job at McDonald's or an assistant manager at Home Depot. And I know it won't have the prestige of going into a hospital and being a lab tech, but bro, you are broke. And I'm saying that because I love you, right? I mean, you're.
He'd be better off working at Uber Eats. Like, whatever. These people are just fucking stupid. If you're going to get a college degree and you have no real plan with that college degree and you end up like working at a job where you're making $2,500 a month and you took out like $150,000 loan for your fucking schooling, just what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're just dumb. I don't even understand why that guy called into, that Ramsey podcast thing. It's like, dude, you're just fucking stupid. Make more fucking money. Pay off your debt. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what advice they're expecting to get. Like, buddy, you're making $2,500 a month. You can make that doing fucking Uber. Why are you even fucking bothering working at that fucking job? Just get a job that's better fucking paying. It's stupid. Son Goku donated $2. You think he's natty. Also, do you agree with his views on fasting? Let me see. Oh, Eddie Abu isn't natty. He's... I don't know if he's on TRT right now. He very likely is, because he was doing pro bodybuilding for a long time. So his testicles probably don't really work anymore. So he's likely on TRT, but even if he isn't, he's not a lifetime natty. He was blasting fucking gear like crazy.
Today is chest day. Again, my movements are supersets, giant sets, trisets, back to back. I think that's the best way to train for me. If you find a way of training that works for you, that's fine. You see, I'm doing a 72-hour fast. My last meal was 9 p.m. last night. I had a big, fat, juicy steak. And that's it. You see, I get asked all the time, don't you feel hungry? No, I don't feel hungry because I'm fat adapted. My body's used to.
You don't eliminate hunger by being fat adapted. That's not how that works.
Getting its energy from not just carbohydrates, but also fats. Most of us in the fitness industry, we are metabolically inflexible. We just rely on carbs all the time. But actually, fat is a more effective energy source.
I don't know what he means by fat is a more effective energy source. It takes a lot more time to actually break down fat cells to use for energy than it takes to use carbohydrates for energy. So when you're talking about being able to produce a large amount of energy over a prolonged period of time, fat is far less efficient. That's why you'll never see any boxers, MMA fighters, long distance runners, any sport relying on fat for energy metabolism. You don't have readily accessible energy to use for large, hard bouts of exercise. fat stores are more useful for, like, if you're walking a very long distance. So things that don't require large amount of energies that have to be used over a sustained period of time. So I don't know what he means by fat is more efficient.
Hungry. I'm full of energy. I'm sleeping better. When I fast, I feel amazing. My training doesn't change. It's the same. You see, I'm going to keep fasting. I'm not going to eat.
The idea that if you're not eating and your training stays the same, that's complete nonsense. You can't train as hard or for as long.
Anything until Thursday evening. And if you don't understand what I'm trying to do, please shut your fucking mouth. You know, when you say Eddie's starving himself, Eddie does, just shut the fuck up. Listen.
Yeah, so this guy eats a low-carb diet, and then he does multiple-day fasts. I wouldn't be surprised if you hear one of these days that he just collapses, and he dies from sudden cardiac arrest. The way he's fucking up his electrolyte balance and eating this shitty fucking diet, he's probably just gonna have sudden cardiac arrest at, like, any fucking moment. But Eddie Abu's a fucking moron.
I watch your streams whenever I can, but not as often as I'd like as I get busy. So I'm not always up to date. May I ask why you think World War III questions are stupid? Is it because it's not likely? Or because it doesn't matter?
I get asked that question like fucking 10 times every fucking stream just because, like, there's some new development in, like, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Like, oh, Vladimir Putin met with fucking North Korean leader. Is World War III about to happen? Oh, Zelensky had diarrhea. Is World War III about to happen? Oh, fucking China is increasing their fucking military spending. Is World War III about to happen? Justin Trudeau's wife got fucked by a fucking black dude. Is World War III about to happen? Like, every little stupid fucking thing that happens, people then ask me about World War III. It's a stupid fucking question. Shut the fuck up and stop fucking asking me. Jesus. Like that's the only fucking issue I have with those stupid World War III questions. Any little fucking thing that happens, people are like, is World War III about to fucking happen? I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation though, Mola.
If you're going to get a degree with no real plan, at least do community college. My work is reimbursing me for it, but even if they weren't, it's like $1,000 a term in state, maybe a little more with the books. I don't know, get fucked.
Well, my whole thing with a college degree is if you have no actual plan for the college degree, like, okay, if you want to become a medical doctor, which is a well-paying job, you know exactly what type of schooling you need, how much it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take for you to pay off your student debt realistically. If you just go and get a fucking degree in, like, biomedical science, and then, okay, well, what job are you going to get with the degree? I don't know, something that requires biomedical science, and then you end up working at a job that pays fucking peanuts, and then you're, like, freaking out about student loan debt. Like, why would you get over $100,000 in debt without any plan with how to pay that debt off? It's just fucking stupid. It's like fucking idiots who take out a car loan when they're not currently employed, and then they're like, how am I going to pay the car loan off? It's like, then why the fuck would you take out a loan for a car if you don't even have a fucking job? It's stupid. Don't take out big loans if you don't have any plan for how to pay the loan off. Like these people are just fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Is World War III about to happen?
It's about to happen inside your mom's ass. I'm gonna fuck that fucking asshole so goddamn hard, it's gonna be a nuclear war. Thanks for the donation, booty cum.
Do you think World War III will happen? Lol.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, annoying as fuck vegan.
Nightlife has been regulated out of existence. Oh, why is nobody having children these days? Probably because elderly middle-class people don't want you to get married, and they don't want you to own your own house, and they don't want your family to have any fun. It's not even like a passive dislike of young people, it's an active assault on their livelihoods, like trying to ban the under-25s from driving at night or carrying passengers in one of the safest countries in the world.
Introduce a progressive licensing system for young drivers under the age of 25. Minimum learning period of 40 hours to help young drivers gain skills and experience on difficult roads under different conditions. No carrying passengers 25 and under for the first year. Restrictions on driving at night between midnight and 6 a.m. Mandatory hazard perception training. Holy fuck, dude. The UK is just so goddamn gay.
Trying to ban the under-25s from driving at night or carrying passengers in one of the safest countries in the world for road travel. Will this apply to the over-80s who cause just as many accidents? No? Didn't think so, you paternalist, freedom-hating pillock. Even down to the NHS algorithms that decide who deserves liver transplants. A Financial Times investigation found that older patients who are more likely to suffer from liver failure due to poor diet choices are almost always placed higher on the transplant list than younger patients who are suffering from liver failure because of serious, incurable genetic diseases.
Okay, so the UK only cares about fucking boomers.
Lately I've been thinking many things, many thoughts, a lot of thoughts. Yes, the thought is World War III about to happen?
It's gonna happen. If you keep asking me about World War III, I'm gonna fucking nuke everybody. Because they're annoying me. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
This algorithm, by the way, has no human input, cannot be overruled by physicians, and patients cannot appeal its decision. But what is most frustrating is how willfully oblivious old people can be towards the problems young people face. I'm going off script here because this makes my blood boil, but a nurse on poverty wages living a bare-bones existence to buy her first house in a rundown dump is not a heartwarming tale of hard work. Did any snobby Telegraph writers have to give up seeing friends or eating out or having fun or pursuing their own goals in life just to afford their own home? No, they didn't. Did they have to move to an unproductive, impoverished area created by the very policies that their newspapers endorse and live with their family until they were 27 just to afford a house? No, they didn't. What about mortgage payments? We had mortgage payments that made your eyes water. Yeah, but it didn't have any effect because until 2000, they were tax deductible. I have to pay 9% of my income on student loans. You never did because you went to university for free. It was free until 1988. And but if I point this out, I'm just an entitled woke snowflake. Have some f***ing perspective. In response to people being unable to afford food, Tory MP Brendan Clark-Smith said,
"Say the price."
Lol Jesus, what have I started? Sorry man, didn't know.
Yeah, no problem, dude. I don't take it personally. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Has shot up at that, and people say, "Oh, this tin has gone up by 50% or whatever." Buy the Tesco value one.
In response to the epidemic of raw sewage being dumped across the country, Tory MP Damien Green said,
I mean, I remember as a child in South Wales...
Swimming in sewage?
Swimming in sewage, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Jackson's Bay in Barry used to be a sewage outlet where we all went and paddled and swam.
Going back to the 1950s, you can see how Tory campaign posters promised less tax, more sugar, they say. A better future is possible. Today, the Tory message to the public is this: eat gruel and swim in shit. After 14 years in power, this is the best we can give you. And they make no attempt at hiding how they want to boost the power of old people at the detriment of young people. In 2022, ID at polling stations was made mandatory for the first time in British history.
Another fine example of the erosion of the high trust society under the Tories.
But the forms of ID that are considered valid to vote with are nakedly tilted against young people, poor people and working families. Rent books, 18+ Oyster cards and student ID do not count, but 60 plus Oyster cards do. Thankfully,
Wow.
this tactic didn't work because elderly conservatives naturally forgot to bring ID, but Tories made no attempt at hiding their intentions and are completely unrepentant about having ruined a perfectly fine system.
As dare I say, we...
Dude, that's insane. So basically with the same ID card, an older person can use that form of ID, but the exact same form of ID can't be used if you're younger. How in the fuck is that legal?
Found by insisting on voter ID for elections, and we found that the people who didn't have ID were elderly, and they by and large voted Conservative. So we made it hard for our own voters, and we upset a system that worked perfectly well, was one of the glories of our country actually, that we did on an honesty basis.
Older generations are more likely to support the reintroduction of national service, conscription in the army. Conveniently now that they're all too old.
Yeah, because they can't do it now.
To be conscripted themselves. Some military leaders are suggesting troop numbers need to quadruple in order to be able to fight in the event of a confrontation with Russia. This was around the same time a poll came out that said 40% of young Brits would dodge conscription if a war did break out, and I don't blame them. Liberty, prosperity, opportunity, these are things worth fighting for, and modern Britain offers none of them. We would be fighting for gruel and 100 chess tables. House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt recently spoke out in favour of a kind of national service that wouldn't be military-based, but where all 16-year-olds would be automatically signed up to complete a set number of volunteering hours per year.
Oh, okay, so slavery. Force young people to work for zero pay. What a fucking cunt.
Yeah. She claimed it would harness young people's goodwill and community spirit. We all know what that would really look like. Young people spending a year of their life cleaning up dog poo, picking up litter, washing cars for free because there isn't enough money to pay actual workers to do the job. The Telegraph recently ran an article about the growing size of Britain's welfare state, and they included a handy calculator to let you know how much of your taxes goes towards benefit scroungers and single mums leeching off society. And it turns out most of my taxes go towards subsidising old people who hate me. Napoleon Bonaparte is quoted as saying, "To understand the man, you have to know what was happening in the world when he was 20. Well, when I was 20, the pandemic hit. I gave up 2 years of my life to protect the elderly from a disease that was basically harmless to me, but deadly for them."
Okay, that's not true. COVID massively impacted young people. It's just that you don't see a high mortality rate, but the morbidity rate is still very high.
Early 20s are the most important years for shaping the trajectory of your life, and I had to waste them at home. I didn't get my final 2 years at university, at least not the real university experience. I didn't get to develop professional skills. I was in the middle of an internship in March 2020. So what did they reward us young people with for our valiant sacrifice? More taxes, high rent, high student loan interest, no fun, no help from the state.
Holy shit, fucking 12% interest on student loan. You'll literally never pay that off.
Down everywhere interesting, while the older generations get a tax cut. While the elderly conservatives get to live in a museum that is neither well preserved nor educational. Oblivious to how the 90% really live. We do not live in a country, we live in a retirement home. The Conservatives did this. They have had 14 years in power, 9 years with unchecked power. They turned a country that wasn't perfect but was doing pretty well for itself into an international joke. For no reason, for no ideological goal in mind. What do the Tories stand for? Sound economics? Limited government, law and order, controlled borders, defending the union, cultural conservatism? No, just a herd of brainless, directionless cattle, milling around, reacting slowly, leisurely strolling from one crisis to another.
I hope you are doing great tonight. Did you know Lifting Vegan Logic feeds his cat non-vegan food? He said that in a recent live stream and added that it doesn't create demand because was from something left over like a food bank. Can't remember.
I'm gonna have to talk to him about that. I don't know where the fuck he got that idea. Leftover from a food bank. So exactly what is he planning on doing after that food runs out? Thanks for the donation, Zero. That's disappointing. If that's true, anyway.
Douglas, wait. I find it a little. I find it a little bit strange that he should deign to call himself, brazenly call himself or at least imply some kind of champion for free speech or free expression.
Look, I've probably got to answer that. You'll have noticed, and all of your viewers will have noticed, that this Islamist lunatic in your studio can't answer the basic question. Let's try it again and make it simple for you. Why don't you say whether or not you are completely condemning of any violence against Salman Rushdie or anyone else who is deemed to have said something heretical? Why don't we start with the basics for you?
Welcome to Douglas Murray Speaks, where we showcase the best of Douglas Murray spitting facts, steady capitulation to the forces of his...
When the Ayatollah called for the murder of Salman Rushdie, people on the left and right of British politics and of British culture made excuses for the fatwa. I'm sure we'll hear some excuses today. They learned, our society's learned, that if somebody says, I'm offended, and then says, and as a result, I'm going to kill, you better be damn sure that you're willing to die for that. And unfortunately, the success of the Ayatollah's fatwa, among other things, is that it showed a load of other disgruntled people what they could do if they only had the disgustingness to think that they could exercise violence as an opposition to the pen. And I'm afraid that what happened, as I say, is that Muslim extremists across the UK and across the world showed they could intimidate people, and others undoubtedly have learned from this. But let's remember, Britain in 1989, we allowed Muslims in Bradford to burn the Quran, the satanic verses on the streets of Britain. We allowed prominent figures like Cat Stevens to excuse the murder of Salman Rushdie on the television. We allowed Iranian officials who had called for Rushdie's murder to live in London. Like, how stupid are we?
Back to Douglas in a sec. As Douglas writes...
Okay, this video kind of sucks. Alright, I am going to go to bed now, because it's late. But, I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. I'm gonna try tomorrow to do a, afternoon, evening stream. I'm gonna try. No guarantees, but I pretty much guaranteed to be streaming tomorrow night at the normal time. But thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams. And I'll see you all tomorrow.